so let's try this out. I was a teenage exocolonist. Wake up. Deals with mature subjects and may not be suitable for all players. Please see the content warnings in this. Yep. You wake to chaos, a confusion of light and heat and smoke. Fire! Your head is pounding. You must have hit it and blacked out, but you aren't sure how you got here, or what on Vertuma is happening. There's something important you need to remember. Your stomach lurches as the floor crumbles beneath your feet, then collapses. Your body aches and your eyes burn from the smoke. A figure appears through the flames. It's your friend. Your friend? Wait, why can't you remember her name? She's gesturing and shouting at you, but all you hear is ringing in your ears. What's going on? You try to speak, but the words come out jumbled. Your throat seizes and a lungful of choking smoke and you feel dizzy and confused. Your friend pulls you out of the rubble. She throws your arm over her shoulder and half drags you towards the door. Through it you see an eerie twilight, dark blue and cold against the heat of the fire around you. Glow season. Glowing eyes. You shake your head and to clear vision. Is that some kind of dog? Like from Earth? Does look cute. Okay, less cute. The creature howls and lunges, its jaws open. Chill! We were born on the Stratospheric, Earth's first colony ship, halfway through its 20-year voyage to a wormhole to the edge of the Sol system. Your parents run the hydroponic gardens, which make fresh air and vegetables on the ship. Like the other colonists, they bravely chose to make this a one-way journey to the uncharted planet of Vertuna 4 in the hope they could escape Earth's troubles. They had you the old-fashioned way, merging their genes like they merged their culture and traditions. They name you... Let's go Solana. You're a bright-eyed child with an active imagination, sometimes too bright. Your mom says, use the sliders on the left to choose pronouns and late teen appearance. These can be changed at any time. Ah, that's neat. You can just change your appearance and everything. So, full disclosure, I did play a little bit of this to check to make sure how it'd go on stream. Though we are starting like completely fresh. So I will make some choices that are a bit less heartbreaking in the first round. Cause yeah, this gets to be a thing. You have vivid dreams of things you've never experienced. Dirt under your feet, skies overhead, endless jungles, and strange animals. You wonder if this is what Vertuma will be like. Every child on the Stratosphere is given one genetic enhancement. By age 6, you see the first son of yours. Ugh. Extra fingers. It always seems weird to me. An absorbent brain, super strength. Calm temperament, eagle eyes. Does chat have any ideas? Nah. Let's go with... Well, we're going to an alien colony, right? Wouldn't that be a bad idea to be, like, super strong, right? Uncle Tonin says it's a lazy person's dream. Eat whatever you want, don't exercise at all, and you still look like you spent all day at the gym. You're incredibly strong for your age, but you go easy on your friend. Energetic and loyal Anamon. Tough and gentle Cal. Bold and confident Mars. Quiet and adventurous Dis. Studious and mature Tangent. Shy and sweet Tammy. So again, no spoilers, so we'll just go with energetic and loyal Anamon, who is this red-haired girl here. Always a sucker for a redhead. Anamana is the most enthusiastic person you know. Your favorite memory is the time she taught you how to play Zero-G sports ball after class. She never means to get you into trouble, but somehow you always seem to find it together. All strength cards under 2 become 2. Okay, yeah, Anamon. You're 10 years old when the ship finally reaches the wormhole. Professor Hal says it's like a doorway to other star systems, with the planet Vertuma 4 on the other side. You run emergency drills for months to prepare. When the day finally comes, it starts with a rumble, then things start to slide off tables. You hurry together near the escape pods just in case. Stress plus 20. Yeah, I can see how this would be stressful. The emergency area is crowded with families. It's going to be fine, Solana, your dad sues. We'll be through the wormhole and down on the planet before you know it, just like we've practiced. Your mom gives him a sharp, worried look. Red emergency's lights switch on as a siren begins to sound somewhere distant in the ship. You try to breathe slowly like you were taught, but you're very scared. You look out the porthole. The stars are gone. When you're frightened, you put on a tough face, requires toughness 5 or greater. Get in touch with your emotions. Needs empathy 5 or greater. And find a distraction. Needs organizing 5 or greater. Well, we already have pretty high toughness. Why don't we get in touch with our emotions? Minus 10 stress, plus 2 friendship with Tammy, plus 2 friendship with Mars, and gained memory stress cry. Aww. You bawl like a baby. It feels good. You aren't the only one. Nearby, your classmate Tammy has tears streaming down her cheeks. Mars is trying quietly to console her. She sighs as your crying makes Tammy wail even more loudly. Your dad puts his arm around you and as you let it out. You wait. The shaking builds. Then everything starts to get very weird. The hallway stretches, and you're stretching too. Your arms impossibly long, your head feels like it's slowly filling up like a balloon, and contracting down to the size of an atom at the same time. Is this the wormhole? You hear the distant ominous squeal of metal giving way as the ship shudders and lurches in slow motion. The weirdest part is a sense of deja vu. You're sure this has happened to you before, and you know, somehow, that everything is going to be okay. The shuddering reaches a crescendo. You hear an impossibly loud crunch and feel weightless for a few seconds before gravity slams you back against the wall head first. You black out. As you slip unconscious, you feel yourself twisted out of time. It's today, yesterday, and tomorrow all at once. And more than just one tomorrow. Lots of them. Different tomorrows. You find yourself in a place that you know from your dreams. Tilled fields, dramatic ridges, and a stranger. But also not a stranger. Grinning as she grabs your hand. Hurry up, she says. I'm not going to let you miss this. Distantly, you feel the ship's shaking has stopped and hear your parents' worried voices. Feeling safe, you slip further into the warm embrace of the stars. You drift. 50 stress. Gradually, your consciousness reforms. You wake up in the medbay. The medbed under you plays a soft tone and an automatic voice speaks. 2 weeks have elapsed. The patient's cranial injury has completed healing. They may now be safely discharged. As the fog lifts from your head, you realize something seems different about this room. It's so bright? You try to focus on the window. Something is definitely different. Sunlight? Instead of the familiar blackness of space, Bright light from twin blue and yellow suns is streaming through the windows. You peer out and see fields, glass-walled domes, and walls ringed by giant mushroom-like trees. There are construction materials everywhere, and people walking around outside, on the ground. You better get out there and join them. Ah, that's me. Yeah, so as you go through the game, you can, change your pronouns and your appearance. You have your childhood friends and your childhood memories. So this game plays a lot like a card, it is a card collection game. So you collect memories, and each one has a point value, and it's basically weirdly enough, it's like poker, where you play cards, and you try and get the same suite, as in yellow? That's yellow, yeah. Yellow, blue, or red, or the same numbers, like 0, or 1, 2, 5. Or you try and get a straight, which is 0, 1, 2. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so forth. And those give you extra points. As you keep expanding your deck, you can also forget cards by spending time relaxing. As you level up, your perks, which are all these, your abilities, you gain perks. And it's telling you, if you up your organization, you can have more gear equipped at the same time. You can also pick up collectibles, which can be used as gifts or in the skill challenges. Let's rush outside to start our new life. So this is the map of the colony. The work is very pretty. Oh, Tammy jumps as you step out of the ship's quarters behind her. You're awake. Are you all better? You better go see your dad. She points southeast towards some geodesic domes. To walk, click on the ground, click on characters to talk to them. So yeah, you can click on them. Tammy looks concerned. You slept for so long after you bumped your head, she says. I bet your parents are worried. Your dad is working over in geoponics, near those domes. They're called greenhouses. I would go with you, but, well, this is as far as I've been from the ship since we landed, Tammy stutters, blushing. It's scary outside. So this is Dad. Hi, Dad. Solana, your dad gives you a big warm hug. I'm so happy you're finally awake. Dr. Instance thought it'd be best to keep you asleep while your noggin healed. Your mother and I thought you might sleep away the whole year, my snoosy little gooseberry. He checks your head and looks relieved. He was clearly very worried about you, but it covers it with jokes and smiles. Aw, you love your dad. Welcome to Vertuma, he says, gesturing around you. You've never seen the stratospheric from the outside, except in pictures. The ship has been separated in two and parts taken off to form buildings and a big wall around the whole colony. The alien jungle creeps right up to the wall. Only the geodesic greenhouse pass outside it, dotting their way up the hill. It's beautiful. I'm glad you agree, he says. Your mother and I, we've been waiting for a long time to see grass and trees again, even if they are purple. Oh, before I forget, he pulls out a package from his satchel and hands it to you. You blink and stare at it blankly. Don't you know what day it is, he asks? You honestly don't. You remind him you've been asleep in the medbay. Yeah, I've been unconscious for, possibly a year. Do you know what day it is? No, I just came out of a coma, motherfucker. Pro tip, don't call your parent that. That tends to get you in trouble. Happy birthday, he shouts, wrapping up in a warm hug. Your birthday? Already? You feel a dizzying sense of deja vu. You stare hard at the wrapped package. You know exactly what's in there. You remember it. No, you dreamed about this package some years ago on the ship. Inside will be a small medallion in the shape of a sun that your dad made by hand. Tell him you know what's in it. You describe the medallion and your dad tisks as he hands you the package. Aw, who ruined the surprise? Was it Seek? I bet it was Seek. They hate fun. He grins and adds, "Don't tell them I said that." Sun medallion, +1 to challenges. You start to explain that nobody told you, but someone shouts your dad's name. "Listen, I'm so sorry, Solana," he says, "but I have to get back to work. There was an accident when we landed and..." He stops himself. "Don't worry, we're going to fix it, your mother and I." Professor Hal is expecting you in class, if you're feeling up to it, your dad says, pointing west to the engineering wing. In the rear end of the bisected ship. Then he points to the large doors you came out of earlier. "Or you can relax in our quarters until you're feeling better. We'll talk later tonight," he says, then kisses the top of your head and ruffles your hair. "Have a wonderful birthday, Solana. I love you." "Love you too, Dad." To enter buildings, click on the doors or the flag beside it, or get close and press enter or another action button. Then choose an activity for the month to gain skills and advance time. There are 13 months a year and 10 years to the end of the game. You only have time to focus on a few things. Okay. So this is what I mean by the maps. You can go inside, check out geoponics. The greenhouses have different biomes inside, growing plants from earth that might belong in a desert, jungle, or temperate forest. Some are so delicate you have to spray off any germs in an airlock before you can enter. The seasonal garden outside is dotted with blue nobodies. Little flowers with what look like wriggling creatures stuck inside each one. A sign explains it's a decoy meant to attract some kind of flying predator to come pollinate the flower. Huh. But there were no activities to do in geoponics because we're 10 years old. So, yeah. We can go talk to... This little bubble means they have something important to say. Usually a story beat. Though you can talk to people without it. So let's talk to... Dis. You see Dis sitting on the ground beside some bushes. Is he hiding from somebody? He seems to be watching the gate to the wall to the south, where grown-ups are coming and going. "Kids aren't allowed past the wall," he says quietly without looking up. "They say there's nothing to be afraid of, but then why do we need walls?" You stare at the gate and have a sudden rush of memories so strong you think you might faint. You imagine something crashing through the wall, something enormous and dark and wriggly. For years in space, you've had half-remembered nightmares of monsters, of your ship being destroyed, of shifting through the residence that used to be your home, trying to find something. Your dad always told you the dreams weren't real. Breaking you from your daydream, Dis whispers. "I think there are monsters out there." "I believe you." "No, you don't," he says. "You're being sarcastic. I can tell nobody believes me." He turns his back and ignores you. "Leave him alone." "Well, you're trying. Dis is so sensitive about being teased." So yeah, that's the gate. We can't go out there now, because, again, we're 10 years old. Oh, and there's our friend, Anamon! "Hi, Solana. Anamone seems really at home here. She's rolling a sports bar around with her feet, making patterns in the weird blue snow. This stuff is different from snow on Earth," she tells you, "because it isn't cold. But it's still neat, and you can make stuff out of it." Your foggy head clears a little. Anamone is simple, physical, real. You've always feel grounded near her. "What are you making?" "Just snow spirals," she says. "But earlier, me and Cal made a big snow pal. You missed it while you were sleeping in the med bay." She smiles her broad, gap-toothed smile at you. Now that you're awake, we can play. Have you seen any monsters?" "Nope, just some little bugs." "The grown-ups would say if there were monsters, right?" She shrugs and smiles reassuringly. "Even if there were monsters, Chief Rhett would beat them all up, so don't worry. My mom says we're safer here than when we were in space." You both look over the wreckage of the Stratospheric, the spaceship where you were born. Anamone's mom, Antecedent, is probably right about that. "Look what the wormhole did to your ship. Why aren't you in school?" She smacks her forehead. "School! I wondered where everybody was. I guess I'm going to be late for humanities class." She doesn't look very worried to you. "It's okay," she says. "Professor Hal is chill. He won't mind. But we should probably go now." She grins and starts running towards engineering. "Hey, race you!" "No fair! She's getting a head start." So this is the garrison. A small team led by Security Chief Rhett was enough to keep the peace of the Stratospheric. To stay busy, they also ran the exercise gym and sports ball courts. Here in Vertuma, the garrison has expanded fast. They're building a huge wall around the colony and have an outdoor firing range and a big covered dojo. And best of all, a regulation-sized sports ball court. And sports ball is like some combination of football, volleyball, like, it's like an amalgamation of like every ball sport. It's weird. They'll explain a bit more about why a lot of stuff is like really mashed together. The ship's quarters where everyone sleeps, eats, and hangs out. The private bedrooms are small. You share one with your parents. So colonists spend most of their time in the big common area. There's a lounge and cafeteria and a creche where all the little kids and babies are raised communally. Leave. Oh yeah, and that's like the first place we can relax in, which is how you get rid of stress, and you forget memories. You tend to want to forget, just like in real life, early memories, as you get more, point-based ones. For example, every card has a point cost, or a point total. So this card is worth 0, 1, 2. So, since you have to try and beat something, a 0 is a little bit useless. Especially late game. It's not as bad early game, because you get to because you have a bunch of lower level cards, so you can stack them up. This is Command. Command is a ward of long hallways with doors off to tiny, nondescript offices. Everyone you pass seems to be hurrying off to something important. The end of one hallway opens to the supply depot, which works as both requisitions office and general store. Beyond it are cavernous warehouses stacked high with supplies from Earth, now being gradually unpacked and distributed. View the notice board. Colony food shortfall, minus 100%. That seems bad. Colony security rating, evaluating. Upcoming event. We will be hosting our first annual Vertumilia festival during the second week of Dust. So each of these 3 dots here is a season, except for this one, which is only 1, which we will get to. But I think it's I forget where Dust is. I think it's either this one or this one. But yeah, and so each sort of day where you get to choose something is one of these little segments with each, and then a month. And all of this is 1 year. Notice, take precaution outside the colony boundaries. Xenofauna have been sighted in the area. Survey teams are investigating. Chief Surveyor Tornin. Oh. Current Council and Administration. Governor Udcott, Command. Chief Administrator Seek, Command. Security Chief Rhett, Garrison. Chief Engineer Instance, Engineering. Chief Cultivator Fulu, Geoponics. Flulu. I think that's our mom. Chief Steward Antecint, Quarters. Chief Surveyor Melatonin, Expeditions. Really? Some of these names. Leave. Yes. Just, I get naming your kid something unique, but on the other hand, why would you name your kid after a drug? Or a substance your body makes for you. That just seems weird. Anyway, let's go to class. Engineering. A low throbbing noise comes from the engine room, which provides power to the colony. Other quarters lead off to the teaching labs and medbay. You know the route to your classroom well, but the rest of the wing is off limits to children. Congruence, the ship's onboard AI, beams down at you from a nearby holoscreen. Don't forget to study hard, Solana! So this is, the AI. Very cute. So you can see what stats will increase by hovering it over like this, and how much stress it'll give you. So we can either study humanities, which gives creativity and persuasion, or life sciences, which gives us biology and reasoning. Why don't we go with biology to start with? Let's see how this goes. Good afternoon, my burgeoning biologists and up-and-coming chemists. Professor Howe welcomes you back to your old classroom. This afternoon, we'll learn what I like to call wet sciences. He gestures at his holo-projected lesson plan: biology, chemistry, medicine, ecology, and geology. You'll learn a little bit of everything, with opportunities to further study in your favorite field. If you're looking for something a little drier, try registering for engineering classes. For today's lessons, Professor Hal tells you, we'll start with a fun group project. You'll be studying the mush tree, a prominent natural resource native to Fortuma. In the ideal condition, it can grow at a speed of over a meter a day, and at a diameter of up to 30 centimeters. He stands on his tiptoes and gestures to illustrate. Your team will experiment to find those ideal conditions. You're teamed up with Tang and Cal. So this is Tang, and that's Cal. Tang is short for tangent. Oh, and you can hover over them to get your relationship rating with them. And I think Cal is just Cal. Tang looks up at the surveyor's notes on the holonet. Mush trees, she reads, are most abundant south of the colony in the stormy, moist regions of the Subaqueous Swamp. What if we use water instead of soil, Cal suggests, like they do with hydrophobic? Tang nods. If they like wet weather, that might work. Solana, do you have any suggestions? Lower the water's pH, put a bright grow light, sing to it daily, run an electric current through it, all of the above. Maybe lower the water's pH? You fill the bucket and spark with some snow crystals that are sometimes left over at the end of quiet season. They're mildly acidic, which means they should lower the pH of the water. Every day you rush into the classroom to check your project. At first there's nothing, but by midweek your little mush tree shoot sprouts up and starts its journey. In the end, yours is in the middle of the pack. Seeing as mush trees don't usually grow where there isn't snow, you'll be able to conduct that they probably don't like acid. Oh, okay. When you go to work or class, you'll play... Yeah, this is what I was talking about, the challenges. You'll play a quick card challenge. Many cards fill up the 5 panels to the best to make your hand. So this is our hand. If your total in the circle on the right reaches the goal value, you win. Depending on your cards, some challenges can't be won, but you still get a reward for doing your best. Aww. You get bonuses for the same color and same numbers. You get bonuses for straights, so like I said, 0, where it basically doubles the number of cards in the straight. The more cards in a flush pair or straight, the higher the bonus added to your total. Cards can also affect each other and be arranged to find the best score. So like that, +1 to that, +1 to that, increases them each by 1. So for example, Adamon's loyalty, all strength cards under 2 become 2. So why don't we start 0, 1, 2. That way we have a straight, a pair of a flush for each of the colors, and a straight. And we'll add that on there just to get 1 more point. Does that actually... Yeah, it does. So yeah, 1 more point. Win! Victorious. So when you win, you get 1 more of any stat. So we got +4 to our biology. Your skills increase when you go to work or school or any other... Pretty much anything you do increases your skill. And you get more if you win challenges, and kudos if you make the highest scoring hand with your cards. Kudos is like the game's currency. You can use it to buy stuff, since money is kind of a thing here. Working also increases stress, this little bit here, which prevents you from working if it reaches 100. To relieve stress, take a month off to relax in the quarters way. So, generally I tend, in a lot of games like this, I tend to rest when stress is fairly high, like maybe around here, before it gets to the point where you can't work at all. Though, could be said you could do it the other way around too, and wait for it to hit the end there, where you have to rest. But most games also have a penalty if that happens. Your parents have been working for the first dawn to well after dinner every day. You know growing food is an important job, but it's vital to get crops in the ground right away. But there seemed to be something more to that. It's such a change from growing up in the stratospheric, when you saw them all the time. You stay up and wait for them at night before going to bed, though you can tell they're exhausted. They make an effort to spend time with you. I'm sorry we haven't seen much of you, little gooseberry. That nickname. Your dad says. Your mom watches you as she works a pebble out of her gardening tiller, which also serves as a crutch. How have you been holding up? Yeah, school is boring. Your mom gives you the look. Solana, things are different now that we've landed. You won't be a kid much longer. You have to start thinking about the future, and that future starts with a good education. Your dad has a more sympathetic smile. You just have to find a subject you like, and you know, Professor Hal will give you kudos if you get good grades. You can spend those at the depot once it's open. You know, says your dad, raising an eyebrow at your mom. I think there are a lot of different ways to learn, and school is just one of them. You can learn from working on a hobby or by helping out a friend. Your mom shakes her head and sighs, though you can tell she's trying to put on a gentle expression. That is a lot of tattoos. Looks nice. You both agree that this colony is an experiment, and that means you're going to do things differently than on Earth. You're old enough now to start your own decisions about your education and future, and if that means you find your own way, we'll accept that. Your dad puts a hand on your shoulder. We'll be proud of you no matter what you do. Try talking to your friends. They may have ideas for how you can spend your time. And come by Geoponics, your mom adds. We could use your help. Unlocked shoveling dirt. Oh boy! Early quiet to mid-quiet. Is there a little person there? Let's wander around. Anamane is bumping a sports ball with her wrist, trying to keep it in the air. Heads up, she shouts and bumps the ball in your direction. Think fast. Do a trick. Requires toughness. Bounce it back. Look out, a ball's flying towards you. Oh no! A ball! Let's do a trick. You catch the ball with your wrist, bop it up, and headbutt it back to Anamane. She grins, a huge gap to smile. Whoa, nice move, Solana. +2 toughness, +1 from super strength. Perk. You bounce the ball back and forth with her, trying to see how many times you can rally it and keep it going. Anamane tells you about the new sports ball court, a proper regulation-sized court, way bigger than the little 0G one on the stratospheric. Her brother Calm is coaching the junior sports ball team this year. He's so great, she says. He's good at everything, especially spiking. He's coaching me to play awesome like him. You should come join us. Unlike sports ball in the Gorison. I can do English good. Gate still closed. Oh hey, what does Dad have to say? Hello, my little potato. Your dad exclaims, smiling warmly. What have you been up to today? There's no option to say, I'm not a potato. Just having fun with my friends. That Cal's a good boy, he says. And have you seen Anamane? She's been out by the garrison playing sports ball. I think she spent every day outside since we landed. He chuckles to himself. Guess that kinda happens when you got enough brothers to make your own sports ball team. He breathes deeply and looks slowly around. Rotuma is magnificent, isn't it? You nod. Seasons, he shouts, throwing his hands wide. I missed seasons! Back on Earth, it got much, much colder, and the snow wasn't half as pretty as our spark snow. He sighs, stretching. You just wait until dust season. Both the suns will be high in the sky, and it'll be real hot then. You'll see. Done. What does Mom have to say? You find your mom hard at work setting up the greenhouses with a small construction crew. You've seen these plans pinned to the walls of your family's quarters for years now. These geodesic domes will house the more delicate plants from Earth. Spinach, tomatoes, maybe even fruit. She takes a swig from her canteen as you approach. Looking for something to do, she asks? Remember, Solana, you're responsible for your own schedule now that we've landed. You can decide how to spend your time. so long as it's productive. She points towards the engineering wing and the back half of the Stratospheric separate frame. Professor Hal's still expecting you in class, but a well-rounded education includes practical application. You're old enough to help with the work around here. She claps her hand on your shoulder. I've got another minute. Anything you want to know? What you doing? She looks down and nudges at a sprout growing between her feet. It's green, the color of earth plants. We're doing our best, she says, but it hasn't been easy. I just hope the potatoes and corn can handle the weather here, she says, glancing up at the sky. I hear it rains like hell in the wet season. She takes a long look at you. Up and down. You're growing fast, Solana, but you're still too young for real farming. Instead, well, there's a lot of soil that needs to be hauled. Seeing your disappointment, she nudges you on the shoulder. Don't pout. It'll help build up those muscles. You'll need them now that we're out in the real world, doing real work. Out there, you have to rely on our physical strength. She flexes her biceps. Your mom is really strong. What's happening in engineering? Hal's teaching classes in life science, engineering, and humanities. If you pass all your tests, maybe he'll let you work there in a few years. Your father thinks you're old enough that school is optional. I don't agree, but I'll be honest with you. She says, gesturing to the fields. We do need every pair of hands we can get. If you want to work with me here in geoponics, I'd suggest studying life science. If you don't have a good grasp of biology and ecology, I'm just going to stick you on shovel duty. What can I do in the quarters? Sleeping! You can visit the lounge to see your friends. But, she warns, raising a finger, I don't want to see you lounging around all the time. You need to work hard, too. The garrison? Security Chief Rhett is organizing a sports ball team. You used to play, didn't you? Back on the ship. It'll be different here with gravity. Well, yes. I think most things would be different with gravity. As opposed to no gravity. For one, the ball comes back. Of all the adults in the colony, Rhett and your mom are the most like soldiers you'd seen on a holovid. For a moment, you think your mom's going to suggest something else. Then she shakes her head. You're too young for defense training, so don't worry about that yet. Just enjoy yourself and stay out of trouble. What's going on in command? I think Seek said they need someone to deliver supplies from the depot. They're also setting up a shop there, if you've got some kudos to spend. Which are the little thumbs up. And of course, that's where Captain Governor Yucott works. But you shouldn't bother her. She's a busy woman, and she doesn't have your mother's patience with kids. You try not to giggle. Your mom isn't usually known for her patience. Ooh, can I join expeditions? Oh, you're too young to leave the colony. It's dangerous. She shakes her head. Your father would be worried. There's so much we still don't know about the world out there. Let the adults find out. Then maybe you can join them in a few years when you're older. She gives you a stern look. She isn't going to budge on this one. For now, stay inside the walls. Oh boy, that doesn't sound ominous at all. Hi, Dis. Dis looks at his feet and pretends not to notice you. Need higher bravery to dare him to eat a worm. Okay. Oh! A sharp whistle interrupts your thoughts. Hey, Solana! Mars calls out to you. Come here, I have a job for you. Wow, she looks domineering. You walk over to Mars, who's sheltering from the snow under the ship's overhang. It's so gross here, she complains. The smart snow would ruin my good clothes. At least on the ship we had climate control. Ugh. Tammy made some soy sweets, but there's no way I'm going out there in all this weather. She continues. Since you all like running around, could you fetch them for me? Okay. Good, Mars claps. She's probably just down the hill near our quarters. Mars sighs. She's scared to take more than a few steps from the door. All she wants to do is hide inside and make sweets. I mean, if that was an option, I think most people would just like to hide inside and make sweets. Tammy is staring obliviously at the sky, smiling to herself. She startles as you approach. Oh, hello, Solana. She says, putting her hand to her chest. Do you need something? I'm here for the sweets. Tammy smiles at you. Oh, it's so nice of you to help out Mars. She's a very important person, you know. She hands you a box wrapped in pink and yellow scarf. One order of mango soy sweets made fresh this morning, she says. Please tell Mara that she can have her scarf back, okay? She used some of her kudos to nanoprint it for me because it's so dusty here, but I think I'm getting used to it now. Tammy smiles again and tucks her hair behind her big elven ears. Mars is so cool, she says fondly. Sometimes she's kind of bossy, but I know she really cares too. Aww. Okay, what do you want? Mars holds her hands out. Give it here. Need higher persuasion, sharing is caring. If you want them, you gotta pay up. Need 10 persuasion. I hate them. Nah, let's be nice. +5 loyalty. Yeah, this is your loyalty/rebellion tracker. It basically tracks your overall relationship with the colony government and the adults. Your hand over a box of soy sweets with a smile. Mars takes it and he goes, "You're such a good sidekick, doing everything I say." Your tip. 1 soy sweet. She tells you, "Oh, an administrator seeks looking for somebody for delivery jobs in the depot," she says. "I don't want to do it, because, you, running around out there? No. Just go through there," she says, gesturing through the door behind her, "and tell them I referred you." Chief Administrator... Commander... Yeah, we already read that. Chief Administrator greets you at the depot. They look down at you. Look at you up and down. Solana, you never struck me as particularly responsible or organized, but children never are. What makes you think you'd be a good fit for the position of courier? You didn't realize there was going to be a job interview. I can carry a lot? Strong for your age, maybe. But lucky for you, you're the only applicant this week. You've got the job. For now, anyway. They use their elegant stylus to note this on their holopalm. Come back in a few minutes and you can help make deliveries. Yes, there will be kudos in it for you if you do it correctly. Okay, so we can go do that. Tammy still has more to say. You see Tammy sitting quietly near the entrance to the lounge. You've known her for, your whole life back on the ship. Used to? Used to play with her. Tammy had the best doll collection. After her mom died, her dad used all the nanoprinter creds to print her a different doll every month for a whole year. Her ears perk up when she sees you. "Oh, hello, Solana," she says. Her voice is soft and dreamy, like a beam of starlight. "Do you want to play dolls?" "I sure do." +1 to empathy. Yay. +2 to friendship with Tammy. You don't think Tammy will ever be too old to play with dolls. If anything, she has even more of them now. She takes you to her quarters and brings out the entire Spacey Stacy doll collection. A disturbing, realistic baby with real bowel movements. And 2 super fancy posable dolls named Lily and Tilly who can be programmed to move on their own. Tammy isn't very good at the programming, so Lily and Tilly just roll around awkwardly when you turn them on. You cover quickly by saying that they must be breakdancing at a club. The 2 of you spend the afternoon making up stories of their rise to stardom as professional dancers. Realistic bowel movements. Ew! You humans think of the grossest things. Don't really need to relax yet. Why don't we go play sports ball? So, depending on where you go for the month, it also increases your friendship with a character. For example, the Garrison increases your friendship with Anamane. Which, since she's my friend, yeah. Anamane meets you on the court. She's bouncing from one leg to the other in excitement. My brother Calm is organizing the youth team, she tells you. Kombucha offers you a high-fiving greeting, then tosses the sports ball away. Your way. Let's start with a practice game to see what you got. You and Anamane are team captains. Pick your team. Anamane used to practice with Cal and Mars on the ship, but Tammy, you're surprised to see here. Calm will fill in to even the teams, but he promises to go easy on the other side. Let's choose Tammy. Cal said I should join, but I'm not very good at sports. Where should I go instead? She asks you quietly. You aren't sure. You assign her to the tackleback and tell her to stick like glue to the opposing team's offense. Maybe she'll get in their way instead of yours. Anamane chooses kombucha, of course. They bump fists. Your next choice? Cal. Mind if I play goalie? Yes. Sports ball is fun, but it feels mean to score against the other team. Isn't that how you win? Okay. You face off, 3-on-3. Start the game! Toughness challenge. Story challenges, yeah, some of them are like 3-round things, where every round you draw more cards, and every round a new one opens. Losing a zone is a bad thing. Yeah, they say that. There we go. See, like early game, this card makes like the low level red cards actually quite a bit better. Since, it boosts them up to 2. And since you get more for 3 of a kind. Yay! Next round. Oh boy. Let's go 0, 1, 1, 0. That sort of worked. Got 3 extra points out of that. Next round. Oh, I think we won this. Zero, 1, 2, 5. And sure, let's throw you in there. Oh yeah, and sometimes if you get bonuses here, you get a super goal, which just gives you extra stuff. Win! So we get a whole bunch of extra toughness. So done. Tammy tackles Anamane in a brilliant takedown that surprises everyone. She really took to her role as the immovable object. Cal makes an amazing jump save, but is winded when the ball hits him in the chest. The score is tied with Anamane and Calm putting the pressure on. Then blam! You score the match point with a rad spike all the way from the net line. +5 kudos and gained memory. Played sports ball. Setting sets all neighbors to this value. So 1. Or if it gets higher, more than 1. Get to work. Oh, and it seems to have counted our thing as a progress for this month. So you gain 10 stress, friendship with Anamane, anemone? I think it's an anemone. Names. +2 bravery, +3 toughness. So we're at 17 toughness and 2 bravery. This week you had more bouts of deja vu, remembering what somebody is about to say or do just before they do it. Sometimes they actually do it, but not always. This morning you were sure Professor Howe was going to trip on the uneven floor in the cafeteria and spill a plate of hash browns. You even told Mars to watch. He didn't, though. As Professor Howe walked away, his hash browns safe for today, Mars called you a liar and a dummy. At night, your dreams are all mixed up with stuff that you know can't be real. You're chased by monsters the size of buildings, only to be saved by strange people you've never met. You're holding hands with somebody you love, you're crying as you help lift a shrouded body into the colony recycler. Everything seems so familiar, but when you try to recall their faces when you wake up, they're smeared in your memory like wet paint. But what if those things haven't happened yet, but they will someday? Anytime you try to tell someone, they think you're playing a trick, or that you're sick and need to go to medbay. You eventually decide to stay quiet about your strange dreams. Why? I think most kids, when dealing with this, would... Actually, I don't know how most kids would deal with this. Let's go with not wanting people to worry. Your parents have so much on their minds already, you have a feeling that something is happening at Geoponics that they don't want you to know about. You don't understand it, but when they come home at night, they look really sad. You don't want to make that worse. If you just keep going to classes and staying out of trouble, it'll be easier for everyone, yourself included. Mid-quiet to late quiet. Tangent! Hello. Tangent is hunched over her holopalm, frowning and poking angrily at the air. She speaks without looking up at you. Professor Hal wants us to prep a list of native flora with pictures. There should be a catalog on the Colony HoloNet, but I can't find it anywhere. I'll help you find it. +1 to organizing, +2 friendship with Tangent. You launch your own holopalm and start searching for the Colony's HoloNet archives for the list of vertumal plants and animals. 10 minutes later, you find it buried under survey logistics in the expedition net. And Amane passes by and pulls a face at you two. Hey, hello nerds, she shouts. School's over. Come play sports ball in the sunshine. Tang just rolls her eyes. I don't think I really have high enough stats to do anything with anybody yet. I need more. Demi's dad is the head of expeditions, which means he's out surveying the jungle every day. This morning you see her crying in the doorway as he leaves. I don't like it when he goes out there, she sniffs after he's gone. But he is so brave, and so are you. That's why I like you, Solana. You can perform random act of kindness, but you need higher empathy. Oh, Cal wants to say something. Hello, Cal. Cal is riding around the Geoponics garden on his hoverboard. The board comes to a sudden, shivering stop on the rocky ground in front of you. Cal falls off, but catches his balance before he eats dirt. Hey, Solana. Real ground is way harder to hover on than ship floors. There are bumps everywhere. We all have to adapt. Yeah, Cal exclaims. Things are way better planetside. Hovering outside is rad. Look at this. He runs over to a small depression in a nearby hill and presents it like something amazing. Look at this. It's a skate pole. Cool. Can I try? Sure, but, please be careful. Mom says if I break my hoverboard, we can't make another one. You take turns riding around the pole, trying to get up enough speed going down one side to come up back the other. You don't land any tricks. It's hard just staying on the board with this uneven ground, but it's still fun. So, friendship and toughness. Why? This week, why don't we try the gardens? Let's try shoveling dirt. We earn kudos, friendship, stress, and toughness. Shovel dirt. It's your first day in the glorious world of agricultural soil conveyance. Good morning, Solana. Looks like you're working for your old lady. I hope you don't expect me to go easy on you just because you're my daughter. Aw, love you too, Mom. She walks you around the geoponics wing and points out where everything is. Your job is to move sod, compost, plants, garden waste, and equipment from one place to another. Get comfortable with this, she says, pushing a squeaky, old-fashioned wheelbarrow towards you. Now, any questions before you start moving that dirt? Don't we have machines for this? The construction crew's already claimed all the hover lifts, she says, shrugging. But they'll break down in a few years anyway, and we don't have the materials to fix them. She grips your forearm. We're planetside now. Use your muscles. Nature's hydraulic pistons. Weird way to describe muscles, but okay. Where do I move it? From over there, she points to a dirt pile. To there. She points to an identical pile of dirt 10 meters away. She sees your confusion. We had some very precious soil from Earth on the ship, full of all the nutrients and bugs and bacteria our plants need to grow. But it was lost, she sighs, in an accident. Now you have to make more from scratch using vertumen soil. This is part of the process. Why not use hydroponics? On the ship we grew most of our plants with their roots in the water, and it's true that it was more hygienic that way, your mom replies. She brushes an insect off her arm, which lets out a squeak of objection. But hydroponic systems use too much technology. Here we have to grow as much as we can the old-fashioned way. Let's get to work. That's my girl, your mom says, clapping you on the back. You stumble a little. You gain 10 stress and 2 toughness. Your arms start to ache after the first half hour of work, but you keep going. By the end of the month, you feel utterly drained and exhausted. And good somehow. You can feel your muscles growing already. 21 toughness! Looking for more difficulty? The harder card challenge options will keep you on your toes. Want to focus on the story? This will replace future minigames with a quick coin flip based on your age and skills. Let's do the card thing. Not harder, because it already gets pretty hard as you go on. Start with 1, 1, 1, 5, 0. Win! So plus 6 toughness, plus 6 kudos, plus 15 stress. And 1 friendship with Cal. Oh, looks like we're going to be working out this month. Yeah, looks like we're relaxing this month. Have you tried standing in mud yet, Cal asks you? It's the best, most amazing feeling I've ever felt. You look down and sure enough, Cal's feet are bare and muddy as heck. Dirt and grass feel neat too, he continues. Sometimes the rock hurt, but Mom says it'll build calluses. You should try it. Just standing in mud, huh? I suppose you are human. You step cautiously through the colony gates. Hey there, kiddo. Uncle Tobin blocks your way with a smile. I'm afraid your expeditions are off limits for now. It's not safe out there for kids. You better toughen up so you can join the squads when you're older. I'm tough enough. Well, so you are, Uncle Tobin exclaims, standing back to admire you with pride. You know, I'd say you might be having a growth spurt, Solana. They better watch out for you on the sports ball field. Listen, he tells you, I can see you're a tough cookie, and I'd love to have you on my survey team in the future, but you have to wait a few more years first. Come and see me when you're older, okay, kiddo? Dejected, you drag your feet as you walk through the gates to safety. Psst. What's that? You look around questioningly. Psst. It's Dis. He's hiding behind some bushes. That's so typical. He puts a finger to his lips and motions for you to follow. Sure, you figure. Why not? He leads you silently along the wall towards the garrison, then crouches down in the bushes between the sports ball field and the security pavilion to fiddle with something. Suddenly he's gone. What? You check to make sure nobody else noticed, then scuttle over to where you last saw him. Behind some popflower bushes, there's a drainage pipe in the wall big enough to crawl through. A heavy grate keeps animals out, but it's loose. You could slide it aside to get through. You could sneak out. If the adults won't let you visit the Valley of Vertigo or the subsequent swamps or the other cool places surveyors get to go, you could sneak through to explore just outside the colony walls. If Dit does it, how dangerous could it be? Sure, but unfortunately we can't do anything this week. Though we can do the stuff like this. Anemone is running around the sports ball court, touching her hand to the ground at each corner. 18, she counts. 19. When she reaches 20, she collapses into the grass and checks her holopalm. I'm training, she explains. My big bro Calm says I have to get my legs acclimatized to the planet if I'm gonna be team captain like him. Want to train together? On your way to the sports ball pitch, Anemone shares the story about the time her brother Calm once spiked the ball so hard he broke Utopia's nose, back when she used to play sports ball too. She describes it in glory detail. Yeah, that seems like kids. And bleep. Water. Fortunately, I need water too. As sad as it is. Boo-hoo. But don't go easy on me, she exclaims. That's why we have medbeds, right? Plus, I might get a cool scar. She thumbs a blue-scaled scar on her neck, right under her ear. Yeah, so, as you noticed before, pretty much everyone here has an augmentation of some sort. Hers is scales that form over her injuries. So, like, she's stronger or tougher. Pretty sure, Tammy's have to do with her ears. Some people have, like, augmented brains. Stuff like that. And as you, like, learn more about people, you can learn more about them, like their birthday, their augments, relationships, likes, dislikes, and so forth. Everybody has their own little thing. And it's everybody. Though, for the most part, the adults only have, like, their age, which is boring. I want to learn everything. Oh, hey! And as you go around, you can find items like that. that you can either use for challenges to get extra points, or you can give to people. So if you run up to Anemone and say, "Here, I got something for you," and give her a Xeno egg. So if you give her a... Yeah, whoa, this egg looks tasty, Anemone explains. Wait, I can eat this, right? You lose it, but you gain friendship with them. And you learn... And if they like it, you learn that. And if they don't like it, you learn that. Though you do lose friendship when you give them stuff they don't like. So remember that after you've given them something. But for this week, or month, we're going to relax in the lounge. The lounge is a long, well-lit hall along the outer hall of the ship's midsection. It's strewn with tables and cushions and serves as a communal living room for the tiny one-room spaces every family is assigned. You flop down into the lounge bag pile with some of the other kids. Cal has a dazed, peaceful look on his face. The air smells so good on Vertuma. And so does the dirt, even. You notice his clothes are filthy, but obviously Cal couldn't care less. Anemone bounces in. Holy crap, there's so much space to run around and play in. Calm and Chief Rep set up an outdoor sports ball court, and it's way huger than the old one on the ship. Tangent carefully selects one cushion from the pile and perches on it. The school is expanding to some of the empty engineering bays, she tells you, and we're getting a big new lab to do experiments using local resources. There's so much to learn about this planet. Anemone rolls her eyes, but Tang continues. We shouldn't forget our studies just because we've landed, she says primly. I want to explore the jungle. Rebellion +5, +2. Solana is right, you hear over your shoulder, and you startle to find Dis standing behind you. Gah! When did he get here? Did you say those huge beasts in the jungles we were landing? Dis continues, picking at a thread on his sweater until it unravels. I wonder if there are more out there. You've had less of the deja vu, dreams come to life feeling this week, and you're starting to think you'd even imagined it. But suddenly you get a prickling sensation in the back of your neck and remember that Martz is about to enter the lounge and tell everyone to look outside. You stare at the door. Mars walks through it as if on cue. Oh my god, everybody! Look outside! They're hoisting a flag over command, she says, clapping her hands excitedly. Know what that means? She stands tall with her hands on her hips. Vertuma is officially humanity's first exocolony, ever! You look out at the flag feeling dizzy, and silently mouth the words along to what she says next. You remember this moment so well. This is history, kids, she exclaims, wrapping Anemone and Tangent under each arm. And we were there. Relaxing, we took the month off. Let's lose crawling. Forget. You wake up from an afternoon nap. You squint into the pick-tinged light slanting through the windows. You must have fallen asleep on the lounge. Tammy's shadow falls across your nest of pillows. Oh, I'm sorry, Solana, she says, giggling. I didn't mean to wake you up. It's just so nice outside with the pollen sparkling in the sunlight. I wanted to open the windows. You rub your eyes blearily. Ugh, you were having the weirdest dream. Since you're awake, you should visit the cafeteria. Auntie Seaton is making a new kind of candy. She says it's made of cotton. Isn't that weird? I have to go tidy the creche first, then I'll meet you there. Say some for me, okay? Tammy skips off towards the creche, humming to herself. Go get that free candy. In the cafeteria, Auntie Seaton is cheerfully handing out masses of pink candy, puffy and soft like clouds. Oh, Solana, she says, handing you a wand with some candy spun around the end. Here, try some of this. We used to have it on Earth. You pull off a piece and give it a taste. It's so sweet at first that your mouth puckers. You've never tasted anything so sweet and so real. It's not at all like the soy sweets the kitchen nano printer can make. It melts in your mouth, leaving a gritty residue on your tongue. You wait until everyone is gone, but Tammy never shows up. You look at the cotton candy in your hands. It's wilted a little from the humidity, but it's kind of like her hair, you think. Pale pink and so soft. You keep some to give to her later. You're relaxing in your family quarters after dinner. Your mom has to run off to some kind of council business, so you and your dad are playing a holo game together. When you're just about ready to head off to bed, your mom returns. You can tell just from the defeated slant of her shoulders that something has gone terribly wrong. Your dad starts to ask her what happened, but she just sighs and waves him away. She sits down and takes your hand, holding it between her two strong, dark, greased ones. Solana, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, she starts. Her mouth quivers as she swallows, working on her next words. There was an accident this afternoon in the creche. Your friend Tammy has died. Ouch. Plus 50 stress, I would imagine. You try not to understand her words. Tammy? Dead? That's not possible. You suddenly remember the cotton candy you were saving to give Tammy, pink and fluffy, just like her hair. You put your hand in your pocket to get it, but what comes out is a sticky, dark red lump of hard goo. You stare at it, your mind blank. Ask what happened. Your own tells you as simply as possible that Tammy was killed by an electric shock from a broken holo projector. It was just an accident. You press her for an explanation. A little girl is dead. Someone you'd grown up with. Someone so much like you. She wasn't sick or anything, so you just saw her this morning. She was right there. Why? Your mom's eyes are sad when she tells you. Sometimes there's just no reason why. Next month. Well, that was definitely a thing. In case you missed it at the beginning, this game does have some very dark themes, despite its very pleasant art style. Well, Cal was really good friends with Tammy, so let's go talk to him. Cal is sitting in your mom's flower garden with his face in his hands. He's clearly been crying all morning and probably all of yesterday too. He and Tammy were really close. Whenever you guys used to play house in the creche, Tammy was always the mommy and Cal was the daddy. Even though you were just little kids, you kind of always giggled about how obviously they were going to be together forever. Like a princess and a knight. Are you okay? I miss her too. Yeah. Me too, he sniffs, looking up at you. You can see how puffy and red his eyes are. Me really too. Tammy always liked these flowers, he mumbles. Sometimes I pick some for her. He runs his hand over the pretty white flowers. Don't tell your mom, okay? Tears well up and slowly leak out of his eyes. He doesn't even blink, just stares at the flowers as tears run down his cheeks. You decide to give him some space. Yeah. This is Tammy's dad, who... His eyes look distant, but he musters a half-hearted smile for you. Want to know more about expeditions? I'm afraid you're still too young to join the squads, but you'll make a great surveyor soon. You're mourning the loss of a loved one. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe in a few years, okay? Yeah. Going out would be... Yeah. Can you believe Tammy died? Dis morbidly. I heard Chief Engineer Instance tell someone about it. Lowers his voice. Tammy got shocked by a broken holo projector, the one in the creche with the dancing teddy bear, you remember? When she touched it, she just got shocked all the way across the room. He makes a sailing motion with his hand. And bam! She was dead before she even landed. Seriously, Dis? That's... I did not want to know that. Oh. Sorry, Dis replies, tugging the sleeves of his jacket. I'll shut up now. Sorry. This is so weird. Yeah, like... I don't really know a lot of people who'd be real happy learning the specifics of somebody they cared about's death. Especially one that's talked about in that kind of... Oh wow, this is a thing. Like, Anamani is chucking rocks at Strato, sending metallic clangs throughout the colony. Stupid planet, she yells. Stupid crash, stupid spaceship. She bends down to pick up another rock, but instead just sobs and braces her hands with her knees. Stupid everything. Why'd she have to die? It's not fair. Kids aren't supposed to die. She's right. I just don't know how I'm supposed to feel about what happened to Tammy, Anamani sighs, rolling a sports ball around with one foot. It just doesn't feel real. How long till it feels real? Yeah, death is... Yeah. Yeah. I can imagine it. Tang is pacing around in the front of engineering. She looks upset. It shouldn't have happened, she says. What happened to Tammy? It shouldn't have been possible. There was no reason for that hollow projector to break. Professor Hal said it was recently serviced and nothing was wrong with it before she gestures angrily. Just blew up for no reason. Nobody would have wanted to hurt her, so why? How? It doesn't add up. Sorry, Solana. I don't want to think about this. I want to think about this more. I hate when I can't find the answer. Yeah. Mars is staring into space, looking somber. She doesn't even notice as you come up beside her. She barely reacts when you say hello. I'm thinking about Tammy, she says quietly. She used to sit down on the hill there, in that spot in the sun. Every morning she'd just sit there for hours in the sun doing nothing, just being happy. You stare down the hill to the spot near the entrance to the quarters. You can imagine her there, working on some little craft project, humming to herself. I miss her too. And now she's dead, Mars says, making a face. How's that for fair? Of all people, how come it had to be my friend? You don't have an answer. You never heard Mars call Tammy her friend before, but of course she was. Tammy was everyone's scared little sister, even though she was older than most of you. Yeah, that's rough. Let's go try doing a bit of... Yeah, last work I worked on the farms. Let's go do sports ball. Spend time with Anamane. Play sports ball. Yeah, there isn't really a lot to say about that. Unfortunately, it's hard to keep commentary going after something like that, eh? The colony is going to hold a funeral for Tammy. Do you want to attend? If you don't feel up to it, you could just skip it and take the month off instead. Or you could get back to work. Yes, I'll attend. The colonists gather in the recycling room. Bringing organics down here to be recycled is one of your chores, but you've only come here for the funeral twice. Both times, a colonist passed away from natural causes, during the 20-year-long journey from Earth. This is the first time there's been a funeral in Vertuma, and for the first time for someone you actually knew. The mouth of the organic recycler has been polished, and a wreath of yellow flowers placed on the opening inside. You can see a shrouded figure. Tammy's small, fragile body. Tammy's dad, Uncle Tonin, is here, as well as your parents, an antecedent. And the rest of the council. Cal is here with his mom and her parents, and her partners, already crying in their arms. The room is packed with people, and the feeling of grief is so thick you can taste it in your mouth. Governor Utcott stands before the assembled crowd. There are no words for the pain we feel today, she begins solemnly. There is only the sad company of those of us left behind to share the burden of that grief. Tammy was our child, she continues, one of the first humans to be born in space, and the first to die on an alien planet. In her short life, she exemplified the very arc of human accomplishment, bending hopefully towards life beyond our humble Earth. She is the first of us who can truly call Vertuma her home. Her passing was as senseless as it was sudden. Losses like this are impossible to hold within oneself. A painful reminder that life itself is impossibly precious and fragile. But they also remind us, as always, that as a community, we are capable of great strength. Utcott closes the door to the cycle. You hear Uncle Tonin sob over the hum of the particle disintegrators beginning their work. As a community, we remember Tammy. As a community, we return her body to the soil that nourishes us. In this way, Tammy, our child from the stars, will never truly be lost to us. The ceremony is adjourned, but a few people stay back to console Uncle Tonin as he keeps vigil over their cycler. Cal and Uncle Tonin hold each other and weep openly. Your mom stays behind to receive Tammy's remains. As the head of Geoponics, she'll be responsible for adding them to the colony's precious supply of brown soil from Earth. Your dad accompanies you out of the cycling room. He clears his throat. I want you to know that you don't need to be okay, he says, clasping his arm on your shoulder. If you want to take the rest of the month off, everyone's going to understand. You feel better having said goodbye. Tammy was your friend, but you feel like the best way to deal with losing her is to throw yourself into your school and work. Late pollen. Yeah, there is not ever a good way of dealing with something like that. Tangent shoots. Yeah, I can imagine everybody's pretty. Anamani isn't usually still today. She's sitting in the dugout of the sports ball pitch with an ugly doll with red hair. Tammy gave this to me, she sighs. I kinda told her to shove off because I don't play with dolls. Why'd I have to be so mean to her? Cal gives you a sympathetic smile. Hey, Solana, he says. We'll be okay. Maz shoots you a sympathetic but straight. Yeah, everybody's pretty. You talk to Uncle Tonin about anything? Not really. No. Let's go deliver supplies. I don't think there's any better way to organize that, so we'll just go with a win. Got a little perception, and got a little organizing, and friendship with Mars. A mushwood log. I don't think there's anybody who actually likes this, so we'll just hang on to it. And doesn't look like anybody has anything to do. Yeah, it's gonna be a while before. Let's play sports ball. Mars may not be as skilled a sports ball player as Anamani, but she plays hard. She orders people around like a team captain, but she isn't so great at passing the ball. She'd rather be the star. Her favorite thing is to spike the ball right into the opposing net stop's body. It's not a legal move, but she's done it so many times that the opposition now stands further back with Mars as the ball, which is exactly what she wants. Did you see that? Anamani complains to you during a break. Mars wouldn't pass the ball to either of us for 10 whole minutes. Somebody's got to do something. Anamani looks at you questioningly. For the rest of the game, you and Anime pass the ball to each other and ignore Mars. She notices, but just assumes you want to be the star too and doesn't give you any hassle. The thing you've learned with Mars is that she loves to be the best, but she doesn't have the kind of ego that makes her mean about it. It doesn't really solve the problem, but it's kind of fun anyway. Yeah, I suppose. And I think we'll just leave that one there. Go for a win. More bravery and toughness. +1 to... Oh, we got a new perk. +1 physical card perk. Red cards get +1 in physical challenges. It's time for Vertunalia. Udcot and the council have called a festival to celebrate life here on the planet of Vertuma. Everyone gathers in the colony square for the speech. In Earth's history, Udcot begins and then clears her throat and waits for everyone to quiet down. Ahem. In Earth's history, Vertuma was known as the god of seasons, changes, gardens, and fruit. It's no coincidence that our forefathers of the Vertuna project chose to take on such an auspicious name in the hopes of seeding future bountiful seasons of humanity. We will contribute his tradition of Vertunalia, a midsummer festival, to celebrate our Vertuna, the slush planet upon which we find ourselves today. Guess I'll clap. Everyone cheers and applauds. The members of the council all get up on stage one at a time and give their own short speeches. Governor Udcot announces each one. Governor Udcot, command. Chief Administrator Seek, command. Seek Chief Rhett Garrison. Security Chief, Seek. Chief Engineer Instance, Engineering. Chief Cultivator Lulu, Geoponics. Chief Steward Antecedent, Quarters. And Chief Surveyor Melatonin Expeditions. When it's your mother's Flulu's turn, she announces that tonight you'll be eating some of the very first crops grown from Vertumnan soil. Your eyes go to the feast table aboard the Stratosphere. It would have been mostly soy-based food from the nanoprinters, spiced up with what precious fruits and vegetables could be grown in the small growing bays. This year, the Earth's plants look even less robust than usual, but they're supplemented by some Vertunan plants you've come to appreciate. Juicy watato pods and bobber fruits, and slabs of edible fungi. Udcot takes the stage after everyone on the council has said their piece. What is a festival without festivities, she asks. Professor Hal and Security Chief Rath had organized 3-part competition for the kids. Good luck, children. Which one do you want to join? So there's bot wrestling, a talent show, or a science fair. Let's go with bot wrestling. A bot wrestling contest. This has been a classic competition for years on the ship. Someone has rigged up a hydraulic lifting bot to slowly stretch out, increasing its strength over time. The aim is to see how long you can hold it closed, using any part of your body before it pops open. Anamani and Cal are competing with you. Cal doesn't like that it's a competition, but he does love bot wrestling. Wrestle that bot! As you get older, challengers can have conditions. The challenges suit social, mental, physical, determines what conditions appear, and which sticks will work best. Try to collect social Yule cards if you want to win battles for social skills, empathy, persuasion, creativity, bravery. Well, let's start on a big one. Next round. Zero, 1, 2. It's only a few points, but let's see what we get with the next hand. Let's drop first words there. 2, 2. Oh, switch those around. Here we go. Drop that at the end, see if we can get any bonuses. Nope. Win. No skill changes. Anamani's brother Calm is the judge and awards bonus points for techniques as well as for brute strength. You sit on the hydraulic bot and use your weight at first, then switch to a bear hug when it starts to wobble and push you off the ground. You make it a full 5 minutes of increasing difficulty before it eventually springs from your grasp and scuttles into a corner, freed at last. You just barely edge out Anamane. She offers you her hand, then pulls it back at the last second before running away, cackling. Gained status popular, gained a new card, and friendship with both of them. And minus 50 stress. After the festivities are over, everyone takes time for a much-needed break. During the fierce heat of dust, a few days of rest is exactly what you need. You feel refreshed. Early dust to mid-dust. Ah, new perk. Toughness level 1, +1 to physical cards. Oh. Solana, Tangent says, approaching you with a purpose. We need to discuss my brother. Who? Dis? Yes, Dis, she says impatiently. I need you to figure out why he's been disappearing ever since we landed. I barely see him anymore. He doesn't even come home at night, and sometimes, She trails off and looks at her feet. Well, I'm not very good terms with my brother of late, but, well, people are becoming worried. You get the feeling Tang is the one who's worried, but she doesn't want to admit it. I'll talk to him. He probably won't tell you, Tangent says angrily. Newton's apple, she swears. You won't even talk to me anymore. She sighs. You may have to follow him. I would, but everyone in the lab would know I was gone. No one cares where he goes during the day. Anyone have anything else to talk to or any collectibles laying around? Not particularly. Let's talk to Mom. Your mom looks annoyed. Solana, she begins with an I. I know we said you're mature enough to decide your own schedule, but don't prove us wrong. If I find out you've just been playing holo games in our quarters all day, I swear. I wasn't. I spoke with your teacher. She speaks over you, raising her hand. Hal wants to see you in class more often, Solana. You can pick any subject, but I want you to study hard and try your best to excel at whatever you decide to do. The colony is too small to support layabouts and freeloaders. Try to swallow your frustration. Nothing good ever comes from arguing with your mom. I guess I should go to class this week. You tell Dis that his sister Tangent wants to know what he's been disappearing to. His eyes flip briefly to yours, then he stares She's worried about you. She doesn't care about me, he says sullenly. Tangent's just worried she'll get in trouble if I don't come home one day. He scowls and picks up the hammer of center. She doesn't care about anything except her schoolwork. I don't have high enough friendship. Just leave him alone. I guess I have to go to class at least once. Let's study humanities. Welcome, Solana, Professor Hal greets you. I hope you're all warmed up and ready to study the glorious humanities. History, literature, language, media, and philosophy. And yes, if we're lucky, we'll have a little ancient earth poetry too. He seems excited about that last bit. By the way, if anyone is interested in taking engineering classes, please register through Congruent's scheduling system when you have a chance. She'll be helping me teach them. Let's go 0, 1, 2 for straight, and then 1, 5. And so we get more creativity, a little bit more persuasion, and plus 15 stress. To light dust. Oh, Cal wants to. Oh. Your mom already said. Yeah. You're looking for Cal in the garden when you're nearly trip over someone else, one of the younger kids, and they're blindfolded. Hey! They exclaim, ripping the blindfold off their face and throwing it to the ground. It's Cyrus, one of Animani's brothers. He glares at you. I was almost done. Cal jogs over and grabs Cyrus in a friendly headlock, ruffling his messy red hair. Dude, you were so close. Cyrus stamps his feet. It's not fair. I almost got it this time. Solana got in my way. It's not her fault, Cal says. She didn't know we were playing a game. Give me a sec. I want to teach her how to play. Cal turns to his Cyrus leaves. Sorry, Solana, he says sheepishly. I was teaching Cyrus a new game, but he's more like Animane than I thought. Real competitive, you know? He stood to pick up the blindfold, brushing off the dirt. I've been trying to come up with different kinds of games other than sports ball. He says, "No winners or losers, I just want to have fun with my friends." Cal looks at you hopefully. "You want to learn how to play?" Let me check my schedule. Yeah? Cal's smile looks like he's just got to stretch. He's gonna stretch right off his face. "Radical!" he shouts, jumping up and with excitement. Okay, so first put on this blindfold. The blindfold is a little scratchy and smells like dirt. You can feel Cal's big hands on your shoulder. I'm gonna spin you around, and when I let go, you gotta listen to my instructions. We're gonna walk all the way to the cafeteria, okay? You nod. You can't see Cal's grin, but you can hear it in his voice as he spins you around and counts to 10. 1, 2, 3. First, Cal says, you gotta walk forward 10 steps. Do you follow Cal's instructions as best you can, or make things difficult? I'll do my best. You take 10 steps straight forward, holding your hands out for balance. The rocky dirt between your garden bends and crunches under your feet. Yeah, Cal says, now turn to your right and take 15 stops until you get to the door. Get it right. Temperature 10 or greater. You turn to the right and walk forward, counting out 15 steps. When you stop, Cal laughs. You can hear the footsteps crunching behind you. I forgot how much bigger I am than you. You're like 2 more steps away. You can take 2 more steps until your outstretched hands land on the warm middle of the door. Success. Awesome, Cal says. You can't help but smile. This is fun. Now hit the door button on the right and then keep walking forward until I say stop. Go really slowly, okay? You open the door and start to walk forward. The path slopes downward and your feet slip a little. But even though you're moving slowly you can, real dirt, nothing is like the middle floor of the stratospheric. It's turbo rocky here, Cal says, and you feel an easy prickle up your back of your arms. Just keep going forward slowly. Can you trust him? You try to do as you're told, but after a few steps, your foot knocks against a sprawling root and you fall forward, catching yourself in your hands and knees. Ouch! You tear off the blindfold and the sudden rush of tears flooding your eyes. Cal's beside you in an instant, kneeling on the rocks. Are you okay? He asks. You look down at yourself, your knees and hands are pretty scrubbed up, and your pride is bruised, but other than that, you're okay. Cal helps you stand. I'm sorry, Solana. I'll be a better helper next time. He asks if you want to get some water potato juice at the cafeteria instead. You spend the rest of the afternoon brainstorming war games where there are no winners or losers. He's like a really sweet kid. Well, I've been thinking about doing it for a while, so why don't we try sneaking out? Sneak out through the drain pipes. +2 bravery, 1 to perception, 1 friendship with this. You slipped through the drain pipe and out of the colony, before anyone saw you. Anyone, that is, except for a dark form watching you from the trees near rear. Could that be Dis? Is that Dis? He turns and disappears in the jungle. Now you're sure of it. That was definitely Dis. He's not allowed outside the colony either. Follow him. You scamper after him through the bushes, heedless of branches and brambles scraping your arms and legs. Without a proper envirosuit, you get all scratched up. This kid is fast. You quickly lose sight of Dis and can't catch his trail again, but you do learn something by trying. So, while you're exploring, time passes when you go to these things. Once it reaches 100, you'll be forced to go back, but you can go back anytime by hitting return to the colony. Keep exploring, yes. And you can go back by going back to where you started, or by finishing the expedition, which is usually those big exclamation marks, like with this. So let's go talk to the kitty. Your way is blocked by a strange small creature with 1 foot and 4 large eyes, 2 of which blink sideways on top of its head like a frog's. Oh, this must be a hop-eye. You've heard people talk about them, but you've never seen one up close. It keeps thumping its foot on the ground really loudly. What is its deal? Animals challenge. +1 to physical red cards. Next round. 0, 1, 2, 6. Do. Well, I think this is pretty much just gonna be... There we go. The massive 5 of a kind. Let's see what we get. +1 animals, +2 kudos. So we gain some extra perception and animals. You start trying to get past it and just listen. Oh, you can hear little squeaking noises from nearby. It's probably warning you away from its nest. You carefully avoid the nest while speaking in soothing tones. The agitated little guardian titters warnings at you, but eventually lets you by. Let's go see what this one's about. You leave the mountain path and sneak through a strand of mush trees along. It's a small but busy operation. 3 people feeding mush tree logs into some kind of machine, with a 4th one directing a 4-legged robot with a plasma saw mounted on the front. Let's see what they're doing. We got a card for it. You stay out of sight and watch how they do it. When one tree crashes down, it's almost like the others are wincing. It's probably just your imagination, though. They aren't planting new ones or leaving any behind. You know the mush tree regrow every year, but you can still regrow when you cut down. But can they still regrow when you cut down everything like this? Even the smaller trees and bushes are getting gouged out for mulch, with a scary big grinder that sounds like a roaring beast. The entire process makes you uneasy, but also proud of how industrious your colony is. Oh, collectible! Yellow flower. Let's keep going this way. Keep an eye out for collectibles. Oh, there's one. Yay! Yellow flowers! Let's try that one. You stop for lunch, eating an earth treat grown from your own greenhouse. A watermelon, nice and sweet like a more solid potato pod. You munch away, spitting out the seeds. Let's just relax. You sit back and enjoy your midday rest in the beautiful surroundings. So we lost some stress, which means we can explore longer. There's this up there. If we go up to it, we're probably gonna have to probably be close to the end of our expedition. So let's save that for later. The path here is engulfed by a dust tornado. It whirls and twirls, not showing any sign of moving away. Walk through the dust. Challenge perception. 0, 1, 2. We'll go for 5 of a kind there. Next round. That at the end with a 6 there. 0 there, and then 2 2s. Win! +1 perception, +2 kudos. Under the hot sun. Total gets -1 during physical red sun. You shut your eyes hard against the swirling dust and somehow manage to walk in a straight line through it. Once you pass through and turn around, the dust storm settles. You wonder if walking through it caused it to die down. +1 to perception. At the top of a rise off to the east, you think you spot someone watching you. They're dressed in black. Is that Dis? But they look way too tall to be Dis. Maybe another surveyor? You blink and the figure is gone. Hike over there and look for clues. +5 stress. You bushwhack into the valley and the other path where you thought you saw them standing. No signs of a camp or anything obvious, like a dropped pack. No note saying I'm watching you sign. Mysterious figure. Spooky. Oh, you got a card. Oh, another collectible. Let's go talk to Dis. You spot Dis sitting in a clearing, but not out before he sees you first. Instead of sneaking away as usual, he stays as you approach. Looks like it's totally natural that he'd be sitting in the middle of the jungle so far away from the colony walls. Now that you think about it, you're a little glad to see him. You are so far away that you can't see the walls anymore. And it's really weird out here, and it's getting late. Dis stares blinking at you as you approach, is all he says. Hi, Solana, is all he says. Your sister's worried about you. He rolls his eyes and huffs. Tangent? He replies incredulously. I doubt it. She only cares about her schoolwork. She doesn't really care. How about I show you something cool and sneaking out will be our secret, okay? He jumps up and walks in the trees. You follow. Just a few minutes away, the ground drops off and a large stone outcropping juts off over the cliff face. Dis walks right towards the edge without slowing. It's a long way down. Come on, he says. Try to be brave. Next round. 0, 2, 3, 5. Don't get it straight, but we do meet the challenge. That at the end, that there. 2, 2, 2. Minus 30 stress, plus 1 perception. Gained memory, it's all too beautiful, plus 2 friendship with this. You bravely step out onto the rock and walk out to the edge with this. You both sit down, feet dangling over the precipice, and look out at the amazing view. It's incredible. You snap a picture with your hologram, but you won't share it on the net. This is your secret, yours and Dis's. Let's keep exploring, since we have the option. Ooh, that's a big scary looking thing. Where are you? There in the clearing, the most majestic creature you've ever seen. It's a unicorn from your dad's storybooks, but with leathery reptile skin that shines when the light hits it. It moves so softly, like it doesn't even disturb the ground. It could be dangerous, but you want to see what it does. Be as quiet as possible. Let's do 3, 3, 2. Next round. 2, 0, 1. And a bunch of different cards, but we get a 4 of a kind bonus, so it works. Oh, I think we can build a pretty decent... but we lose part of the straight if I play that. We still get a higher score. Minus 1 stress, plus 1 perception, plus 2 kudos. As you settle in to watch it from behind a strand of mushroom trees, the Unisaur looks up towards you, startled by your movement. You try to hold perfectly still and quiet your breathing. After a tense moment, it goes back to its business. First, it sniffs out a good tree and rubs its scent gland in its neck against it thoroughly. Then it pees, like a crystal waterfall on a rock. Everything it does seems magical. Oh boy. You quietly take a picture with your holopalm, but you know you can't share it or you're going to get caught sneaking out. Next, it sharpens its horn against a rock, which is scored with marks from having done this before. This must be its favorite sharpening rock. You notice the bulge in its stomach. It must have had a huge meal recently. Eventually, it curls up for a nap. You quietly sneak away. That was so wonderful. Vertuma is a magical place. Let's see what that does. You're minding your own business when you stumble into... It's so hot, the 2 suns are beating down, the ground is cracked and parched. Ahead is a long stretch with no trees, just the merciless heat of the sun scorching on the ground. Look for a shady route through it. 2. Yep. And that gives me plus 1 for each gem, and we have a gem there, so may as well throw it on. -1. Eh. Oh, actually, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yay, straight. 0, 1, 1, 3, 6. When? You spend some time going the long way around, taking shelter under some mush trees. It's still sweltering in the shade, but not as bad. Done. I kinda want to see if I can talk to the Tobin up there. Ooh, collectible. Which, you know, is probably a bad idea since we're not supposed to be out here, but... Poor guy's been through a lot. A large, woolly blue creature is floating here. A meter off the ground. No, we can't do anything. Some distress. We'll leave it. Oh, I can come back to it after my animals is higher. Guess we're going the long way around. Oh, wait, could I go the other way around? Sure, let's try that. I really do love the art style to this game. It's so pretty. Also very dark. Let's see. You spot Uncle Tomo, Chief Surveyor Tonin, that is, bumbling about, repairing some automated survey equipment in a clearing. He's very cautious, jumpy even, but he's making a lot of noise. Every few minutes he'll pause to listen and check his surroundings, then go back to banging away. Shouldn't be hard to avoid him if you don't want to get caught sneaking out. Sneak past him. 0, 1, 2 for a straight. Next. 6, 6, 2, 4. -1 stress, but +2 to perception. Easily while he's making noise and ducking down when he stops to check his surroundings. We're at 87. Any more stress will probably... So why don't we head back for now? Since reaching 100 stress out here might be a bad idea. Go home. +2 bravery and +1 to perception. Oh, we can talk to everybody. So then I trapped it in my room, Anamani says, telling you all about the bug she saw in her quarters. Its wings were as big as my head and had fuse all over the place. Like, whoa! It was bouncing all over the place, like a boing boing boing. She gestures excitedly, swinging her arms over her head. The bugs are so big, and they're everywhere. I was gonna give it to Tang, she says. She loves gross bug stuff, but she said I should just let it go, because if it stung me, I might get weird mutant powers. I mean, other than the ones I already have. And I wanted to see if I got more weird mutant powers, so I started jumping around off and higher things. So, until I was jumping off the back of the ship, and I got so much trouble. But it's not even that high. She stops in her tracks. Hold on, she says, stopping to rub irritably at her knees. For probably the 100th time in the past 5 minutes. Ah, I'm gonna die! I busted up my knees, and it's so itchy when my scales grow in. Annie, don't pick at it. Chief Steward Anderson's voice rings over across the garrison courtyard, pleasantly but firm. It instantly transports you back to being on the ship Kresh, tugging on her skirts and calling her Auntie. Anivone jumps and stands up straight, her hands flying to her sides. But Mom, Anivone whines, digging her fingers into her knees as Antecedent approaches you both. It's so scratch-tastically itchy. I know, lovely Antecedent soothes her, patting down her brightest red hair, but the more you peg at it, the thicker your scales are going to grow in. Oh. Anivone tucks her hands under her armpits to keep from scratching. What if I want to have cool scales? She pouts. Antecedent smiles indulgently. At the rate you're going, I'm sure you'll be covered in them before you know it. No need to rush. Animone's skin is dotted with patches of protective blue-green scales that grow in whenever she gets a cut or scrape. She rubs the patch on her jaw indignantly, the one she got when she ran headfirst into the food synthesizer back on the ship. Learned Anemone augment. Antecedent opens her satchel and pulls out a bundle of clothes. The queue for the nanoprinter is over a week long, so I patched your pants with scraps from your brother's clothing. Please try not to put any more holes in them, or yourself, okay? She hands the clothes to Anemone and kisses her on the forehead. Anemone sticks out her tongue and gags, yuck. Anemone eventually evaluates the clothes as her mom walks away. Galactic, she breathes as she runs her fingers over the odd-colored patches. Then, right there in the middle of the yard, she unabashedly squirms out of her pants and pulls on the new ones. Wow, I look like a fighter jet from the Holos, she exclaims, showing off her new pants. Like when they'd stencil your kill count on your planes. Or like a really cool scar. And one of your goes, yeah, you get it, my pants are scarred, just like me. What does Tangent have to say? You tell Tangent you know where this has been going. You tell her he's been sneaking out to explore the jungle. Not far away, but outside the wall. Tang looks concerned. Really? She says, wringing her hands. Is it safe? I'll keep him safe. She eyes you skeptically. Full offense, Selena, but you're just a kid, she replies. However, I suppose it's good to know he isn't alone out there. Oh, hi, Solana Marzipan looks bored. My dad made me come out to get some fresh air. Don't know what's so fresh about it. It's always full of acid, snow, or pollen, or water, and I don't know which is worse. Let's give her one of these flowers I got. See if she likes it. Well, I've had better birthday gifts, Mars sighs, rubbing one of the petals. But this would look nice in my hair, I think. Thank you. Oh, she likes yellow flowers. Oh, she wants to talk to me now. You know, Solana, you're alright, Mars says as you approach. You blink at her, trying to figure out what she means. You're alright. What? At your stunned silent, Mars laughs and tosses her hair over her shoulder. You're alright, she repeats. You actually might have good taste, unlike all the other nullheads ever since we landed. It's been help with this, Mars, and don't waste resource on that, Mars. It's boring. At least you understand the importance of sophistication. You shoot the breeze with Mars a bit longer. At some point, Dis skulks out of his living quarters and has to pass by you both, clearly trying not to draw your attention. Ugh, where is he going now? Mars mutters to you, then raises her voice so Dis can hear. Try not to get eaten by aliens, she calls out to Dis. If you die out there, they can't use your body for fertilizer. Don't be a waste. Shut up, Mars. Don't Dis. This is cool. You say it loudly enough for Dis to hear. He looks at you with wide eyes before scurrying towards the walls. Huh, Mars says, a little smile. No accounting for taste. She seems to respect that you challenged her. She watches Dis disappear from sight, then shrugs. Maybe you can get through to him. I've tried, but he doesn't care about contributing to the colony or being popular or earning kudos or anything important. What do you contribute, Mars? Mars laughs and puts her hand on her hips. I contribute plenty and you know it, Solana. People need someone to tell them what to do, don't they? We get Mars's ambition there. We lose one kudos for using it, but Oh, what does Dad have to say? You're looking a little worn out, my little firefly, your dad greets you, looking concerned. You know, despite what your mom might say, this is There is such a thing as too much work. Maybe some R&R over in the lounge would help you recharge those solar cells. What do you say? How about a hug? Your dad throws his arm wide. Well, get in here, tiger butter. After a long hug, you do feel better. Your dad gives incredible hugs. We will go hang out in the lounge, though. You listen to the sound of the rain bouncing off the roof of the lounge, letting it lull you to sleep. It's so easy to nap this time of year. You spend most of the month just lying around, sleeping whenever you feel like it. Sometimes you go back to your quarters, but mostly you just let your eyes slip closed whenever you're sitting. I really don't want to forget either of those, so neither. You're having a terrifying, familiar dream. A monster crashing through the walls, unfathomably large, every part of it wriggling and moving and searching for something. It tramples through the colony as you watch helplessly. Time shifts to the wreckage of your home. You're picking through it looking for something, tears streaking down your dust-covered face as you lift heavy pieces of debris, searching. You wake up shouting, "No!" but your voice is drowned out by a deafening rumble from the skies outside. The bedroom window is covered in water? It's pouring down from the clouds. You guess this must be rain, but you've never experienced it before. There's a bright flash from outside, then another crack and rumble. Thunder. It must be a thunderstorm. It's still early hours of the morning, but you've already almost forgotten your bad dream, but you're too unsettled to go back to sleep yet. The rain beats down on the roof in your quarters, joined now and then with great peals of thunder like the footsteps of an angry beast. Let's go see my parents. Your dad is awake too, watching the rain from the large porthole in the kitchenette. He gives you a hug and you gaze out together. "This is good," he says quietly. "It means we'll have plenty of water for the crops. Pure, healthy water, just like on Earth. Everything is going to be okay, my little potato." You hug your dad and hope he's right. More water. There we go. That's it the next month. As I fill up my water. Well, looks like this has something to say. I suppose we'll go talk to him. Where's my mouse? There it is. Goose is in the grass near the big gates that lead out to the jungle. He's just staring out into nothingness, picking absentmindedly at the weeds. Your friend tends not to notice you as you approach. You okay? Goose glances up at you. He sees your look of honest concern, which seems to make him angry. He frowns in disgust. "That's such a stupid question," he mutters. "Why do people keep asking me that?" Water. Sorry. Dish shrugs. Nah, whatever. It's not like people really care. You want to play a game? Not really. I'll leave him alone. You tell him maybe you can play later. When he's in one of his moods, you think it's best to just leave him alone. Oh hey, another log. I suppose we should go to class. Study life sciences. This week in biology class, you're learning about predators and prey. Professor Howell brings up a picture of a hopeye on the holoprojector and asks, "Who can tell me what special things hopeye do when they see a predator?" Tang's hand shoots up. "They hop away very quickly. That's why we call it a hopeye." He nods. "That's true, but not what I was getting at." Tang stammers and looks upset, like she can't believe she got something wrong. Hal scans the class again. "Anyone else? Solana?" They thump on the ground to warn others. "We know that because we've seen them." Hopeye facts. Create one duplicate when drawn. You've seen hopeyes out in the wild and you know they're very communal animals. One wouldn't run away without warning the others first. Then, they all hop away very quickly. That's right, House Miles. And +2 friendship with Tangent. Selena sounds like she might have met one before. Tang gives you an appraising look. Maybe she didn't expect this from you. Get to work! Let's go 1, 1, 1, 2, 2. Win! Late wet. Next one. Anyone want to talk? Not really. What's my toughness at? 33. No, I don't really have anything for her. Bravery's at 12, empathy 10. Everything's pretty low. I guess we are a child, so expecting anything to be super high would be a little mean. Why don't we sneak out and finish exploring? 6 events remaining, 3 collectibles remaining, events respawning quiet. Bush trees are at their tallest and wet, and you come across a cluster of them that look ripe for harvesting. If you were older, you could probably cut them down and get some kudos for them. Give them a friendly pat. 1 plus perception plus... You like the mush trees. You give one a pat and are surprised when it moves under your hand. It's not like the tree, though, but a camouflaged creature lying against the truck. It's small and looks a little like an octopus or a starfish. Lots of long legs wrapped around the tree, like it's giving it a hug. You let your mind wander as you're walking, and bumble straight into a field of gelatinous blop grass. Totally transparent, the sticky fawns are hard to see, even harder to ignore, especially once they start glomming onto your boots and slowing you down. It's like treading through thick mud. You stubbornly decide to keep going, paying close attention to the visible signs of blockgrass field. Now there aren't many, just an absence of other vegetation. Look for a path through it. Get a massive 2 going. Oh. 2. Six, 6, 4, 1, 2. +1 to perception. There it is. You can hop along from that rock to that fallen log, then climb over those old pieces of surveying equipment. You get through the villainous blopped grass. You spend a bunch of time on it, though, and it takes some tricky balancing. It's tiring. Ooh, there's a back road here. Ahead of you, the road curves right, and there's a steep hill leading off to the left. You bet there's a really great view from the top of it, but it's going to be a scramble to get up there. Hike up it. You leave your pack and... The view from the top is spectacular. You can see all the way to the colony walls in one direction, and down the little sawmill in the other. Then you spot it, the rock, the most perfect boulder you've ever seen, teetering right on the edge of the slope you just climbed up. It's almost as tall as you are and must weigh at least 2,000 kilos. But it's practically teetering there. You think with enough muscle you could push it over. Should we do it? Should we push the rock? push the rock. There comes a time in every childhood that one must take life by the horns and just push the rock. You shove it with all your might, digging your toes and leading in. The stalk starts to slide, and suddenly it's off with a satisfying lurch, catapulting down the hill, rolling faster and faster, crashing through the bushes, and oh damn, your pack! The rock just rolled right over it. Lose 5 kudos and gain 10 stress. You make your way back down the hill to retrieve your bag, now completely destroyed along with all of its contents. Ah, shoot. You're going to have a hard time explaining this one to your parents, and you're going to need a new pack. Oops. Push the rock. You pause in your tracks, hearing an ominous sound. Shoo, shoo, shoo. It keeps getting louder and louder as you move forward. You don't see anything making the noise, but it seems to be coming from all around you. Bravely continue on. Two. And that gets a +1 from the gem, so yeah. 1, 2, 2. I'll save the rest for next round. So there we go. So go 1, 1, 5, 5. And we get the super goal, so we don't need any more cards. +1 to bravery. Yeah, it's just alien crickets. Phew. They're so tiny, but there are millions of them. They look like little blades of grass and rub their sides against stuff to make the shoo 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 noise. You tuck your pant legs into your boot and continue on your way. And considering our stress is about to hit 100, I think it's a good time to go in. Checked. Go home. Are you sure this will end the month? Keep exploring. I don't know why I chose that, it's the way it sounded. Let's try ending the expedition up here. To reach the end of this area, go home. And then hop out the pipe. And straight into the barrel of Chief Surveyor Tonin. Well, he says and tries to put on his sternest look. It fails. We've been wondering where you disappeared to, Solana. I sent Utopia out with some survey drones to look for you hours ago. You're lucky your parents have been too busy to notice yet. I should probably tell them. You start to sweat. But maybe you've already learned your lesson, he chuckles. His big hand claps on your shoulder. No more playing outside the gates, okay? I'm sorry. +2 bravery, +1 perception. Needed higher perception to... The days have been getting shorter and shorter with only the yellow sun barely skimming the horizon. One morning you wake in the darkness to have your tongue. You see a hollow stream from Mars. Good morning to all my pals, if you can call it morning. They named it glow season, but it's like everything's crazy glowing out in the dark. I'm staying the heck inside for the month. What's the point of going out if you can't see anything? It's going to be a long, boring month. Oh yeah, it looks cool out there. You peek out the window. The wormhole is the biggest you've ever seen it. Like a massive fiery ring in the sky. The planet must be very close to it now. And out in the jungle, something new is taking place. The plants are flowering, glowing iridescent blooms, and everything is full of life. There are strange new sounds, long hooting calls and gurgling roars. After Mars's message to a notice from the council, warning everyone to stay inside for the night. Tammy's dad and the other surveyors have been called back and the gates closed for a month. There's a tension in the air, as if everyone is waiting for something. Late wet. To glows. And this is glow. Now to admit, this looks really pretty. Trust me when I say pretty isn't always great. Dis, got anything? Dis is staring off into the wilderness outside the gates. Feels different, he mumbles. Don't know how, just different. You ask him what he means, but he just shakes his head and stuffs his hands in his pockets. Still can't dare him to eat a worm. How about you? Anime runs up to you. Hi, Solana, she huffs, catching her breath. She grins. On the ship, adults are always saying, no running, Anamane, no running. But outside, there's so much room. I can run for 5 minutes in one direction. And even more after the row-row plows clear the land for farms. And Bum's gonna tell us, Solana, why are you outside? What are you doing out of your quarters? It isn't safe out here. It doesn't seem very dangerous. She narrows her eyes. What you should be afraid of out here is me if you don't do what I say, Solana. And we don't know what's going on this time of year, so you and the other kids are going to keep your butts in the ship. You know there's no sense arguing when she makes that face. As you walk away and are just out of our shop, you hear her mumble, stars, it is beautiful out here though. Why don't we relax in the lounge for this month? So we get a card for that. But I'm gonna go chat with the other kids. Okay, but you do stink, you hear Mars defend herself. It's not my fault you can't tell. Maybe your nose stopped working, but the rest of us can smell it, and... She waves her hand in front of your nose and makes a pew gesture, then turns to you. He smells awful, right, Solana? Do a sniff chest. You make a show of sniffing the air around us as he stands uncomfortably still. His clothes a little dirty, but he smells fine to you. Kind of faintly boy-ish, like leaves and grass. You tell this to Mars. Leaves and grass. Ew, yes, she says, nodding. That's exactly what I meant. If you think that smells good, you're both hopeless. And we lost some friendship with Mars. Let's forget first steps. It's daytime when the emergency siren starts up. Well, what passes for day. It's still nearly pitch black except for an eerie green twilight on the horizon. You look towards the gates. They're open. Wait, they shouldn't be open. The alert blares out of every speaker in the colony. It's the same one you used for hull breaches and fires, and in its space, it meant you were supposed to go to the nearest emergency shaft and put on a spacesuit. On Vertuma, it means go to an assembly point and wait for instructions. The closest assembly point is the children's creche, but from the opposite direction you hear shouting and loud popping noises. Gunfire! Is the colony under attack? Help fight! Rebellion +5, +20 stress, gained memory, bravely helping to fight, and gained status heroic. You'll try your best to be brave and fight back. First you dodge some helpful grown-ups who point you back to the creche. Then you head outside to get your barracks. You can hear yelling from the stairs to command, and a commotion to the southeast. At Geoponics, where your parents are working. Go to command. Security Chief Rhett and 3 officers are defending the door to the command wing. They're too busy to notice you, because a terrifying insectoid creature is slashing at them with its razor-sharp forelegs. The monster kicks one of the officers, and her rifle flies out of her hands. It skitters across the ground towards you. Pick it up and shoot the creature, throw the rifle back to her. On second thought, run away! Well, we do have the combat for it. And I mean, what use is it if we aren't going to use it? You managed to get the gun pointed the right way around. Here goes nothing. Combat challenge. Hard. We need to get a 41. Or who knows what happens. Alright. Let's go 2, 2, and 6. 1, 2, 3. I wish I had a 4. And we'll drop that there. So we just need to get 10 now. 1. I won't be able to get it. 2. 2. 2. There we go. -1 kudos, but +3 combat. You don't kill it, but put enough holes in it that it runs away. It's a small miracle you didn't also hurt any of the security officers. Governor Yudgott emerges from the bridge looking shaken and very old. Very old. Chief Administrator Seek helps her down the stairs and gives you a grateful look as they pass. Later that day, you find 25 kudos in your account, a reward for your bravery. Your parents are angry, as you knew they would be, but hey, everything worked out, right? After 2 weeks of darkness, with the blue sky barely skimming the horizon, it begins to move higher in the sky, and daytime returns. The council admits they don't know how the gates were opened or the creatures got in. Some of the attacking creatures were once thought to be docile, others were species nobody had seen before. It was like something had driven them to assault the colony. At least nobody was killed. This time. Early quiet. Childhood is fleeting, the game will end when you reach the age of 20, so you should focus on a few skills to improve and friends to spend time with. Use the skills and friends button at the top left of the screen to keep track of them. Good luck! So we got a full heart with Anemone and Dis, and a half heart with everybody else. A lot of cards. And increased a lot of our stats, especially toughness and perception. So let's start age 11. You're 11 years old and still the strongest kid in your class. You can take a beating and drop a brick on your foot without cursing, and they say you're good with all kinds of weapons. What does Tangent have to say? Tangent is watching your construction crew build scaffolding for the new engineering pavilion. They're using mushwood, which is so light that one person can easily lift a 10-meter long pole and stack it in place. She points towards them. Human beings are so great, don't you think? Before we landed, this was all just dirty jungle. Now it's civilization. I've been learning about adaptability in writing in biology class. The book says it's what sets us apart from animals. Like, we don't need fur because we can make warm clothes, and if it's too hot, we can make air conditioners instead. Also, we can sweat. But apparently we haven't learned that yet because our biology isn't high enough. Maybe the animals have neat adaptations. Tangent rolls her eyes at you. Maybe, but even if they can, I haven't seen any signs of intelligent life here. It's just this big, dumb xenofauna. Some animals here are smart and friendly. Tang looks skeptical. They're still animals, Solana. Maybe they're just pretending to be nice so you'll feed them. If you're lucky it didn't eat you. She folds her arms. Dora's mouth looks cute, but one can eat through a bag of rice in less than 30 minutes. Even a herbivore can be dangerous here. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to want to eat you to be able to hurt you. Together, you watch the Foremans put the blueprints for the scaffolding on the floating screen of her holopalm and raise it to the scaffolding to check their progress. I like to see an alien do that, Tang says primally. Primally? Humans look defenseless and weak, but we're the strongest species in the galaxy. Who else can literally bend reality to their will? Not a stupid alien, that's for sure. She puts a finger to her chin. I'm living proof that humanity is greater than our biology, she says. All of us are really, with our genetic enhancements, we're the next step in humanity's evolution from great ape to galactic superspecies. Uh-huh. Yeah. From what it looks like, it kind of looks like we can't even, defend against an alien attack. Just saying. Oh, you want to give me horns? I'm out. I suppose I should go build up some skills. Why don't we go... Why don't we go and play some sports, and then take a rest next month? You run into Cal and Anemone on the hill behind the garrison at a small construction site. They seem to be throwing logs. There's a bunch of them lying at the bottom of the hill. It's a caber toss, Anemone shouts, then grunts at the effort of lifting a 6-meter-long mush tree pole. She throws it like a javelin down the hill and sprints after it. My best record, she shouts and tries a piece of caution tape to the end of the pole. Your turn next, Cal says, pointing to a neatly stacked pile of construction poles beside you. From the looks of it, of the nearby construction, they're probably destined to be a new lookout tower someday. Let's choose an average one. Solana has made a fine pole selection, Cal narrates in a haughty voice, and has lifted it onto her shoulder. Next, she will approach the sprinting line and begin her run, tossing the caber before she reaches the finishing line. Lift, run, throw. Oh, looks like that's locked in. Well, might as well use the other cards. So... Alright, so I need to get a 6 now. Alright. There we go. Win! -1 stress, +3 toughness. Get +3 from super goal, heroic status, and super strength. The pole sails down the hill past all the other poles, coming to rest sticking out of the ground. Wow, you beat my bestestness, Anamani says when she jogs back up. Players can't beat each other in Mushwood Toss, Cal corrects her. They can only beat their own high scores. But you get 3 bonus point if it sticks out of the ground like that. You play for the rest of the afternoon, adding rules and variations as you go. You don't stop until the entire stack of poles are in a jumble at the bottom of the hill and decorated festively with caution tape. It's a wonder you got away with this. Oh, and we got our bonus for our work, which is a bonus to bravery, and more toughness. So much has happened in the last month since the monster attacked during Glow. The idea of this planet as a peaceful utopia has been shattered. The security squads are training new members and keeping close watch on the gates now. They're reinforcing the walls and even installing a few robotic turrets. In class, you have drills on what to do if the colony is attacked again. In all the excitement, you forgot it was your birthday! Your parents haven't forgotten. They wake you up early with energetic shouts of surprise! As Vertunen year is only a little longer than a year on Earth, so you've taken up its calendar for birthdays. Yours is in the second month of quiet. Spark snow drifts slowly past your porthole as you snuggle with your dad. Your mom climbs up too and sits on the edge of your bed. Your dad pulls a bowl of fruit from behind his back with a flourish, like a magic trick. At least, you think it's a fruit. What are those? That is a bubberfruit. Huh. Bubberfruit, your dad grins. The foragers have been picking these just outside the walls. They might look funny, but they're tasty. Try one. You take a cautious bite. The pulp is soft and tastes a bit like lemon, only more blue. Blue lemon. Interesting. I can't wait to join the other surveyors out there, your dad says wistfully. Who knows what else you'll find? Solana is not allowed outside the gates, your mom interrupts, her voice sharp. It's too dangerous for kids. Well, I know, but eventually, your dad says, but your mom cuts him off again. But not now, your mom replies. Not since the attack. Not with everything we know is out there now. I helped. I was a hero. Don't even start, your mom snaps. You should have been in the crash with the others, not putting yourself in danger for no reason. You don't get it. You know your mom wasn't a farmer back on Earth. She was a fighter too. She's such a hypocrite. Even still, your mom says, it's clear that everyone should know how to defend themselves if it happens again. To be clear, this includes knowing when to run away, your dad adds. Security Chief Rhett's offering self-defense lessons at the garrison, you know. Even for kids, if you're interested. You should drop in sometime. Your mom gives you a storm rocket. And I know your friend Dis has been sneaking outside the wall, she says grimly. If I catch you doing that, I'm going to put a chip in your ear. You laugh. What a joke. Your mom doesn't laugh. What? Me? Never. Yeah, you better never, your mom retorts, crossing her arms. Yeah, totally. I only got caught once. Anyone have anything to say or any collectibles lying about? Not particularly. So... Oh wait, we were going to take a break because we're pretty high up on stress. Let's relax in the lounge this week. You spend several hours a day obsessively checking the local holonet for updates. With so few people in the colony, social media can be very dead. It feels like you're talking to yourself sometimes. You try to start a few conversations, but most people are busy at work or school. don't really want to... Let's forget that. Mid-quiet to late quiet. Why don't we try the combat classes, and then so we don't get yelled at by mom again, we'll actually go to class. You know, that thing you have to do. Defense training. You attend your first session of Security Chief's Rep self-defense classes. It's a small class, mostly security officers and other adults. You and Anamane are the only kids. She gives you a wink and a cheesy thumbs up as you listen to rant about how everyone in the colony needs to learn self-defense. You could be walking along, thinking you're safe within the walls, and a flying animal could swoop out of the sky. Then what would you do? Rhett chops the air with his hand. I'll tell you what you're going to do. You're going to chop that beast right in the throat. Hiya! He points at the assembled class, but only if you learn what I'm going to teach you, and the only way to learn is by doing. Who wants to volunteer for a demonstration? Step forward. Security Chief doesn't scare you, or so you pretend. Rhett is the biggest adult you know, and he's so intense. You step towards Rhett, and he nods and he crouches down. Okay, I'm a manticore stalking through the forest. What do you do? There's a smattering of laughter among the other students, but you have to live your truth. If you see a manticore, you are out. Rhett doesn't laugh. That's correct, he says proudly. Only engage with the enemy when there's no other alternative. No one walks away from a fight without getting hurt. So the first rule of self-defense is to not put yourself in situations where you need to fight. Once you've learned situational awareness, we'll move on to hand-to-hand self-defense training. Drawing on a variety of martial arts. Only when I'm confident that you're ready will we advance to weapons. There aren't that many weapons in the colony, mostly stun gloves, batons, and a few plas rifles. You hope you don't have to use them, but it'll be good to know. Get to work! Oh, card becomes red? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 6. So we got a straight, and... yeah, victorious. +6 combat, +2 animals. I think that worked out pretty well. Late quiet to early pollen. Let's give Tangent a gift. Here's a flower. I suppose this might be of a scientific interest, Hank says, analyzing the flower. She pulls off a petal and looks at it. Yes, I'll take a look at it under this microscope. So she likes yellow flowers. So we can flirt with Tangent at 11. These people have game. I don't know any 10, 11-year-old that's proficient enough to flirt. Think we should try it? Nah. I hope you find it useful. She turns to walk away, then remembers herself. Thank you, she adds, almost as an afterthought. Oh, what does Dad have to say? Meet your dad and adjusting a watering pot in your mom's flower garden. He's having a sneezing fit, his eyes running in red. You're alarmed, but you've never seen him look sick before. People are hardly ever ill on the stratospheric, except sometimes when the zero-G route has made them queasy. Not to worry, my little beanstalk, he says nasally. I'll be fine, it's just this pollen making my head a little stuffy. He wipes his nose with a handkerchief and looks around. Everywhere you turn, the air is soupy and tinged with pink from all this floating pollen. On Earth, your dad tells you, we used to call this hay fever. Even though it has nothing to do with hay, your mom cuts in, carrying a large bouquet of flowers. The native flowers seem to be in full bloom this time of year. She buries her nose deep in them, and they smell fantastic. Your dad smiles kindly and agrees they sure are beautiful. Then he blows his nose loudly. They do smell good, and they look harmless. Your dad's eyes look so sad, but maybe that's just the allergies. Hey, Solana, I know the last few weeks have been very hard for you. This might be a good time to relax and stick around in the quarters wing. Hi, Glittering Crystal Cluster. Yeah, hold on to that for now. Why don't we go do a life sciences class? You're bringing supplies to the med bay when you see something unusual. Tangent curled up on a bench, her head pillowed on a rolled up lab coat. She's fast asleep. You stop and stare. You never see Tang sleeping. She's always so busy. You're surprised she even has time to nap. You turn to leave her in peace when you bump into Anamane. Whoa, Anamane says. She hardly ever sleeps. Like just a couple hours a night. Is she sick or something? You look back at Tangent, snoozing peacefully. I'm so jealous of her genetic enhancement, Anamane says, rubbing one of her scales spreading on her jawline. She hardly needs to sleep at all. She probably stayed up all night studying for this history test. There was a test? Me? I flunked it, Anamane says, man. No biggie, though. If I didn't have to sleep, I'd probably play games instead of studying anyway. Tang's hollow palm beeps a soft alarm. She sits up, stretches, looking totally refreshed and alert. She sees you watching her and looks annoyed. Just a power nap, she says. No reason to gawk. So that's locked in over there. 2, 2, 2. And see if I get it more with 18. Nope. So add 1 to biology, 1 to reasoning. Now, we got caught sneaking out. We could try and sneak out again, but I don't think that'll go well. We've already been caught once. If we got caught again, it probably won't end well. Anamane huffs as she runs up to you and doubles over, bracing her hands on her knees. I'm going to Phantom Division distance records at this year's Ventramilia. Want to train together? You used to be able to go mano a mano with Amane, but she's been training hard. You get your butt kicked all over the sports ball bench. She leans over you while you're lying on the floor, completely gassed. You okay, she laughs? I didn't go too hard, right? Oh. Anamane and Nougat are kicking up a cloud of dust outside the garrison, passing a sports ball back and forth and chasing each other around. Anamane looks at you as you approach and flails excitedly to see you. Solana, hey, she says, jumping up and down. Look and look. She bounces the sports ball on her knees. Look at what Nougat and me are practicing. Anamane bounces from the sports ball from one knee to the other a few times before launching it up in the air. She crouches, leaps, and up after it and spikes it with her head towards Nougat with a yell. The sports ball thuds into Nougat's chest, sending her sprawling to the dirt. For a second you freeze, waiting for the crying to start. Instead, Nougat shrieks and laughs, clutching the ball as Anamane jumps down and pumps her fist dramatically. 4 points for the ball not touching the ground after contact, Anamane crows. The crowd goes wild! The Garrison Galaxies won again! Woo! Oh, that was awesome! I know, right, Anamane beams. She stands up straighter, and her hands on her hips. I'm just gonna be as big as my big bro someday, and Nougat will be too. She rubs her hands across her nose, leaving a smear of dirt. Hey, you should come to the sports ball pitch sometimes. I can show you some tricks. Anamane and Nougat look at you expectantly. Okay, I will. Yay, great, Anamane says, bouncing to her feet. I can't wait. Sports ball is my favorite thing on the planet. Maybe even in the whole galaxy. Me too, Nougat yells from where she's lying on the ground. She picks herself up and carefully puts the ball down in front of her, then kicks it to Anamane. Do you see that? God, this name. Anamane laughs. She kicked up the ball with her foot. Nougat's a natural. She's already inventing new ways to play sports ball. Future coach Nougat. Nougat puts her hands on her tiny hips. If you come to practice, you gotta play, she challenges, pointing at you. Nemi says I get to be a coach, so it's my rules. You and Anamane both burst out laughing. Nougat is such a little character. How's our levels of friendship doing? We're pretty high with most people, except for Tammy. Yeah, that's still harsh. What do we want to do this month? Last month we went to class, so... Or did we? What did I do last month? Huh. No, we went to class because we learned Tangent's upgrade. So yeah, let's go to the garrison and let's do some defense training. Watching the soldiers train, her brother Calm is in the training dojo trying out a stun glove. He leans back slightly as electricity crackles from his fingertips, then straightens up and displays his fingers experimentally towards a target dummy. A streak of lightning arcs out from his hand, charging a light bulb above the target to show a successful hit. Anamani whistles. Wow, she says. That looks really dangerous. You agree, dangerous and awesome! But I think it only stuns things, she continues, because it's called a stun glove. Otherwise, they would call it a kill glove, I guess. I want to have a stun glove too, she says, copying her brother's motion of spraying her fingers like she's casting a magic spell. But my mom, she doesn't like fighting. She doesn't want me to be a soldier. Why not? I don't know. Is it because I'm too young? Calm was training with Rhett when he was my age, but my mom, I don't think she likes that. I think because I'm her only daughter, she was hoping I'd be more like Tammy, always helping. Crush? She shudders. I don't want to be no one's mom. You sit and watch Calm light up one target after another with the stun glove. His motions gaining confidence as he learns his new tool. Let's go 1, 2. You're finishing your breakfast in the common area when Marzipan struts in. Looks like you're eating cereal, she says, turning a nose up at you. I'll bet you don't even know what day it is. Your birthday? No, you dummy, she exclaims, swatting her shoulder. My birthday is in the first month of wet season. You better remember that. So I think there. Today, she announces, is St. Valentine's Day. Dis and Cal wander over to hear more. Back on Earth, Mars explains, it was the day when everybody had to give their best friend a gift, especially sweets. And then you put the sweets under your pillow, and it makes you dream about who you're going to marry. And then there are decorations of hearts and arrows. And pigs! Cal laughs. Pigs? We don't even have pigs here. Before Mars can answer, Dis snorts. This is dumb. Marzipan just made it up to get free candy. He rolls his eyes and walks away. As he leaves, Mars shouts at his back. Well, nobody was going to pick you anyway. You stink. Sounds like fun. Cal nods, clapping his hands excitedly. I'm going to tell you all the other kids about it, Mars says. So you better go around and find your best friend and give them a gift. She points a finger at you. Make sure you do it by the end of the day or it doesn't count. And if too many people want to be my best friend, she adds, I'll hold trials for the position. It's only fair. Oh, that is not a good sign. Oh, new perk. New cards in the depot. Is the depot open? It is not open. Well, we already kind of picked our best friend and we've been hanging out with her the entire time. Anamani is kicking a sports ball from foot to foot without letting it touch the ground. She fakes like she's going to pass it to you, then kicks it sideways and runs over to catch it before you can get there. Too slow, she giggles. Do you really want to be BFFs with this silly girl? Want to be best friends? You offer Anemone some soy sweets. She stuffs one in her cheek and bumps you with her shoulder so hard you nearly fall. Sounds cool, she says as you rub your arm. Okay, best friend, take, you're it. Done. And Mars is in a huff. Ah, because you didn't pick her for Valentine's Day? Seems like nobody picked her. She crosses her arms and scowls at you. Why is Anamane so popular all of a sudden? She doesn't even try. All she thinks about is Swordsball. Whatever, Mars mutters, tossing her hair. I'm just too mature for kids my age. The older kids get me, even if you don't. Oops. Okay, what do we want to do this month? Why don't we go and raise our organization levels? And deliver some supplies. It's been a while, but it's time to attend the meeting of the Secret Fun Times Club. Mars started the SFC years ago when you were little kids. Tangent and Tammy agreed to join at the time, but then you all got busy with other things and forgot about it, and then Tammy died. Oh yeah. You meet up in an unused conference room in Command, which Mars says is a perfect for secret club. Club President Mars brings the meeting to order. Tang, Vice President of Writing Down Secrets, records the meeting notes on her holopalm. As Vice President of Fun Ideas, it was your job to come up with something for the club to do today. You chose making friendship bracelets, and brought all the supplies you'll need. Today, Mars announces, we're gonna make friendship license, and I have an even better idea. We're going to sell them to people for kudos. This isn't really how kudos are supposed to be used, but Mars is hard to argue with sometimes. The three of you spend the afternoon braiding bracelets out of recycled bits of wire and bring bright plastic packing straps. Your hearts aren't really in it, though. All three of you know that Tammy would have been much better at this than you. Making friendship bracelets is one of her favorite things. She was always giving them to people and didn't expect anything in return. It's eventually Mars who calls the meeting early. She takes all of your misshapen bracelets and looks at them dubiously. I don't know if people will want to trade their kudos for these, but I'll do my best. I'll put the kudos in the club treasury. Meeting adjourned. Yes, Tangent, if she thinks Mars is actually going to sell them. I think so, Tang tells you, but the club doesn't even have a treasurer. She should probably just keep the kudos for herself. She doesn't seem to care. Great friend there. Oh boy, that's a lineup. I can put the fives together. Let's switch those two around and put that there. Why don't we put these in the center, with that there and that there. There we go! We worked well this month, +4 to organizing. So we have 8. 1 to perception, 10 to kudos, 9 to stress. Early dust. Ooh, hey, a log. Oh, what does Dad want? Dust is such a dry, hot season. Both suns are high in the sky, baking the unusually lush Vertumnan soil. If there's a breeze, it's warm. You guessed. Dusty. Your parents are up every day before dawn, which comes far too early for your liking. They're usually gone by the time you wake up, and home after you're asleep, so you have to visit them with work if you want to see them. Good morning, Gooseberry. Your dad greets you cheerily. Have you come to see the harvest? Your mom and I are gathering crops from the actual Vertumnan dirt this week. Sure, that sounds neat. He shows you the rows of corn and beans on the earth that all look like little yellow and scraggly. Not what you'd expected, but your dad enthusiastically points out the vegetables ready to harvest. Don't forget, he tells you, the Vertumnalia festival is coming up. There will be a talent show and science fair. I'm sure you're eager to participate. Suppose we should go to class. Let's study some more life sciences. The week in biology class, you're studying sugar bugs. This native species looks like purple marshmallows about the size of your fist, all puffy and squishy and kind of cute. They don't move or do much, but if you tickle them, they exude edible syrup from a hole at the top of their bodies. Uh-huh. And now, says Professor Howell, you're going to dissect one. So we can dissect it, which, I suppose, or refuse to do it on ethical grounds. Instead, you and Cal write an essay about the strange creatures. Cal looks relieved. I'm taking mine home with me, he says, petting it sweetly. It spurts out a little syrup and Cal laughs. I think that means she's happy. While researching for the essay, you learn that the sugar bug can actually regenerate after being cut into tiny pieces. That's how it reproduces. Your teacher was probably planning to surprise you with that fact. This morning after the dissection, the classroom is filled with whole, happy sugar bugs once more. Okay. But we could get better. There we go. It's once more time for Vertumnalia. The mood of the colony has been muted this year ever since the attack during Glow, though everything is still cheerfully decorated and the feast table is still heavy with food, mostly soy rations. This Vertumnalia just feels different in a way you can't describe. The colonists gather in the square for Governor Yukat's speech. What a year Vertumna has given us, the governor begins in a weedy voice. I stand before you so proud of everything the colony has accomplished in such a short time. I have always hoped that we would bring with us the best facets of humanity, cooperation, resilience, and creativity, and the events of this year have given me no reason to doubt my convictions. These creatures were unexpected, but I urge everyone to consider what it means for life here. If Vertumna can sustain megafauna, then that means conditions are good for us as well. Our friends in geoponics are already working on the logistics of domesticating the wildlife. Your dad, as second cultivator, stands and gives a sheepish wave to the crowd. There's a smattering of applause. Mars elbows you. Hey, she whispers, did you hear? My dad say Utkot's gonna announce the depot's open to the public. You shoot her a questioning look and she rolls her eyes. You know, shopping, somewhere to spend all the kudos we've been saving up. There's gonna be candy and toys and makeup and nice smelling soap, not the boring kind in the communal showers. You know the concept of shopping? They do it in the holovids from Earth, especially the one Mars likes. But you've never actually done it. The colony provides everything you need, but it would be nice to buy yourself a treat. My dad's gives me an allowance, Mars says, shooting you a look of pity. It's too bad your parents make you work for yours. You and Mars tune back into the speech just as Utkot, as predicted, announces the opening of the general store and depot. Mars gives you a knowing look as she claps. Utkot gestures for the council members to stand. Finally, the council remains unchanged from last year. We are, as always, proud to serve you in the colony as your government. The music starts up as Governor Utkot finishes. Thank you for your hard work and your perseverance this year, she says, over the ruckus. Together we will build the future. The crowd disperses and sets up for the annual Vertumnalia Games. Just like last year, there's a talent show, science fair, and bot wrestling, now with an obstacle course. Which one are... Let's go with bot wrestling again, because it's the only one we can do. Anamane and Cal join you for the bot wrestling biathlon, so called because COM has added a hologram obstacle course this year. Competitors will get to their turn to wrestle a hydraulic bot, trying to keep it closed for as long as possible. This time, though, all competitors will first have to sprint across the festival grounds, dodging and leaping over obstacles. Each obstacle triggered will distract from your time. Alright. there's no real way to change that. Win. Wow, look at you go! You do it! You didn't expect the hologram obstacles to move. The last one dances around and gets in your way when you get close, but your reflexes are fast enough to dodge it. +2 friendship with everybody. Calm hoots and hollers proudly at you when you absolutely destroy the competition. Even Anamane has to begrudgingly accept you beat her fair and square. She shakes your hand and tells you she'll win next year. -50 stress. After the festivities are over, everyone takes time off for a much-needed break. Mars organizes a water fight that takes over the whole colony, even the adults. It brightens everyone's spirit, even in the thick heat of dust. You end up on top of the western wall with this, launching water-filled push shrooms down on the unsuspecting Anamane in the sports ball court below. The walls seem like a neat place to hang out and relax, much quieter than the lounge if you're looking for some solitude. Early dust. To mid-dust. Well, I think we're going to take a quick water break. So, why doesn't everybody get up, stretch, and I will be back in a few. And we're back. Oh, I forgot to mute the microphone. Okay then. Hey everybody, we're back. Just hanging out here with Mars. There we go. So, we'll wait a few minutes to make sure everybody's back. Just run around and see how everybody's doing. Double kudos for stuff. Can I go on expedition yet? Nope, we can only sneak out. Should we do that this year? Sure. Let's see how much trouble I get in. The muck hides interesting bugs and other treasures for those willing to put their heads down in the right holes. Are you? Peek inside that hole. Looks dark. Look closer. You stuck your hands down enough of snow. This one seems occupied. Ouch, you got bit right through your ding-dang glove. Whoever's in there, it's not happy with you. Probably should have left the hole well enough alone. Yellow flower. Let's see what this is. Some farmland has spilled outside the walls. The fields don't look like they're doing very well. Nobody's around right now. In fact, it looks a bit abandoned. There are some meager-looking crops ready to harvest, but animals are starting to get at them. Try to plant something. You're just a kid playing at being a farmer. You mess around for a few hours planting some things that look like seeds, but it's unlikely anything will actually grow here. Well, we got one biology from that. You spot a group of hawkeyes playing in a clearing. They look at you pretty close. They let you get pretty close to watch them chatter to each other and rub their noses. They're all friends, just like people, but they hop away if you get too close. Let's try an animal challenge. Or actually, get a streak. Don't think I can get a streak there, but I can get... Now, we technically don't need to play any cards, but... they do get bonuses. The hawkeyes are wary at first, but you crouch down and they copy their cute little squeaking noises. You bounce towards them, and amazingly, they don't hop away. You play with the hawkeyes for a few minutes before moving on. Cute little guys. Yeah, you can't go past without doing the event, unfortunately. You come across a float cloud that seems to be ill. She's floating upside down, a meter off the ground, kicking her segmented legs in the air periodically as though trying to right herself. Her slitted eyes look at you imploringly. She makes a helpless, lowing noise and tries to flip again over. But her ratio of gas to liquid must be imbalanced. Figure out what's wrong with her. Okay, so we have to figure out how to milk her, but I don't know how to do that lab. So we're not gonna pop the poor creature, because that's just awful. We'll try and go through here. Oh, they're logging again. Yeah, we'll leave them. Not quite. Oh, hey, this again. The second sun is beginning to set, and you're out playing on your route back to the gates when you spot Dis in the distance. He waves you over. Hi, Solana, he says gloomily. He sighs. I wish we didn't have to go home. I wish we could stay out here forever. I'd miss my parents. What if we didn't go back home? Today, I mean. What if we stayed out and camped overnight? He gestures on the pack on his back. I brought a tent, just in case, and a perimeter sensor. And I found a spot right near here, the depot that looks safe. Yeah, camp out! +5 rebellion. This sets up the tent while you place the perimeter posts along the edge of the clearing. If anything trips the invisible wall around the campsite, at least you'll know about it. +1 to bravery. Without even saying goodnight, Dis crawls into the tent, takes off his jacket, and stuffs it behind his head, then curls up in a ball facing the wall. He falls asleep almost immediately. You crawl inside beside him and pull a thermal blanket over yourself. You're exhausted from a long day of hiking in the jungle, so despite the excitement of being out in the wild at night, you quickly fall asleep well. You both wake up to a blaring alarm and bright lights filling the campsite. It's the perimeter alert. Something must have triggered it. Dis sits bolt upright and looks at you with wide eyes. Should you go out there to check? Yeah, let's do it. 0, 1, 2. Restraint. Let's go. 3, 2, 2, 2. Oh, it gets +1. Not. Oh, I thought I gave it +1 at the next harm. Okay. Still works out kind of well. And. Oh, we got a pretty good 5 going. Why don't we go with that? -1 stress, +1 bravery, +2 kudos, yeah! You both carefully open the door and peek out through a crack. Nothing. Whatever it was, the lights and noise must have scared it off. Oh, and we got a new memory. The sun is almost... Oh, that looks pretty. Almost up, and you are definitely not getting back to sleep after that, so the two of you eat soy rations and quickly watch the sunrise over the dome of the goat. When the surveyors open the goat and start prepping for the day, you pack up your gear and go home. You expect the worst, but nobody even noticed you were gone. You left the privacy curtain on your bed closed, and your parents must have come in late and left early, thinking you were asleep there the whole time. You're lucky, but it also makes you feel a little sad. Aww. And homeward we go. Spent the month exploring, +2 bravery, +1 perception. Mid-dust to late dust. Oh, I think I missed Anamone's birthday this year. Oh well. To be fair, we don't really have anything to give her, but I think you can buy stuff at the shop? Let's see what the supply depot has this year. Okay, so they have gear you can equip. And they increase your stats and give bonuses in the card games. The problem with that, though, is among other things, is you only have, at the moment, 1 slot for gear. So... a lot of the big stuff is +1 to pairs, 3 of a kind, 4 of a kind, +5 of a kind. We do a lot of that, so why don't we pick up, or should we pick up a cake for when somebody's birthday is up? Why do we do that? Buy a cake for somebody's birthday. Because we're nice, friendly people. Nobody really knows. Oh, wait, we can dare Dis to eat a bug. You spot Dis arguing with somebody working in the expeditions. They point angrily back at the gates, and Dis slinks towards you, anger in his eyes. We're trapped here, he grumbles. I hate it. I hate it here. Okay, I dare you to eat this worm. Oh yeah, discounters? Well, I double dare you to eat a worm. You can't just turn down a double dare. You're no meek little hot-pie. So we get becoming a carnivore. Slimy, unsatisfying, very, very gross. Dis eats his like a noodle, slurping it up and wrinkling his nose as it wriggles in his mouth. Yuck, he says, swallowing it whole, then shows you his empty mouth. You should have known better than to dare a person who fears nothing. Oh, hey, doctor. First or last place? You slip through the colony gates, feeling the breeze for the mushroom forest ruffle your hair. You look around for Dis, but he's nowhere to be seen. Maybe he went to class today. Probably not. As you're about to return to the colony, you hear that sounds like crying coming from one of the expedition vehicles. You pull back the tarp that keeps it from being blanketed with fungal spores, and find Dis curled up in the cabin. He wipes his eyes and turns away. Go away, he mutters. You okay? I'm fine. I'm fine, Dis sniffles. Just leave me alone. You want to talk about it? Why don't you go ask my sister, he mumbles. Tang is so mature. She knows everything. I'm just a sensitive little crybaby who doesn't know anything. Dis wraps his arms around his leg and hides his face in his knees. I hate her, he mutters. Everyone thinks she's so smart, but she's just a big meanie. I hate everyone here. I hate being here. I just want to be left alone. Aw, poor kid. Oh, hey, Time Tortoise. Thank you for the follow. Ooh, Anamane. You find Anamane in the sports ball bleachers, intently focusing on her holopalm. She looks frustrated by whatever is on it. What's up? I don't know what to get Calm for his birthday, she grumbles. I have to top last year when I made a sports ball trophy and gave it to him. She turns off her holopalm. I'm just running out of ideas, you know? For her brother? He definitely appreciates something for the heart. Yeah, you're probably right, Anna says. I just don't want to get him a little kid gift, you know? Like how Mom taught us to make stuff with macaroni and glue. The problem is, I'm not good at that stuff. She complains. What's something I can do that's easy but still cool? Picture of you two? As long as I don't gotta put macaroni on the frame, Anamone replies, laughing. But yeah, that's nice. He'll probably move out of the family quarters soon, and that way he'll have a picture of us to take with him. She'll tell, oh, I have a perfect picture too. Thanks, Alana, this is a great idea. Hi, Tan Tortoise. Hey, Squirt, what are you doing over here? You look down at the pitch where Calm is standing on with a sports ball under his arm and an easy smile. Is the snow god bothering you? Anamone gasps and laughs. Calm, she whines. Solana is my friend. We're just talking. Oh. Calm drops the sports ball to the ground and rolls it under his heel. I'm getting the team together to run some drills. She can come too. Anamone looks at you hopefully. Sure, I could use the practice. 2 toughness and more friendship. We're probably gonna go rest this week. Anamone cheers and scampers down from the bleachers, launching herself into a full-body hug with Calm. You follow her descent more cautiously, listening to her chatter with Calm about her day as they walk together across the pitch. She really loves her big brother. Oh no. How this game has been going, that's not a good sign. Heartwarming stuff is never a good sign. So it always means something bad is going to happen. And in case you're wondering how I know that, the first year we were here, a 10-year-old girl got electrocuted to death. So, yeah. Some friends are here. Who do we want to hang out with? Let's hang out with Anamone. Hey, friendo. I was just gonna get out of here, but you can come with me. I'm gonna play sports ball. So much for relaxing. Anamone grabs you by the arm and marches you to the sports ball pitch, where she strikes up a game of sports ball that is not strictly regulation. You make up your own rules, even roping her 3 younger brothers into playing. They're young and they kind of suck at stuff, but it's still fun. Let's lose that. Minus 100 stress. Early wet. I think this is her birthday. But my dad's told me that a good education is... Sure, let's give you... I'm pretty sure you like these. And I have a lot of them, so here. There we go. Oh, hey, another log. Maybe I should go around giving these to people to see if they like them. Doesn't seem like anybody else wants to talk. I don't think they're going to have the same birthday month. So we'll wait and see, give it to her on a different day. See if we can figure out her birthday. Beyond that, last month we went exploring. So I guess we should probably go and do some studying. Yeah, let's study some life sciences. You learn about Vertuman geology by comparing various rock samples from Earth to the ones from Vertuma, placing them on Moses' hardness scale. The Earth samples are so weird and gray compared to the pink, purples, yellows, and teals collected by the surveyors. Earth must have been a dull place. I've been watching you humans for a long time, and... no comment. Is that the best we can get? I bet if we moved... Oh wait, but that's locked into place, so we can't. we'll just go with this. We lost a kudos. But we got more biology. Our reasoning is still pretty low, though. Oh, but I think we have enough for engineering. Early wet to mid-wet. Why don't we go play with Anmane? Should we do sports ball or defense training? I think our bravery is probably a good idea. So let's play sports ball. While there's no sports ball game going on, the security teams are also who train nearby use the field to practice with long-range rifles. As you show up to the sports ball practice, Calm is taking down the net. Sorry, kiddo. Rhett wants us practicing the big guns today, and we can't have you running around the place. The bullets in these drone rifles are heat-seeking, and even though they're programming to avoid human targets, safety first. But today was supposed to be our day to have the sports ball field, Cal complains. You soldiers don't even want to play sports ball. You just want to shoot your dumb, noisy guns. Anamone bounces over. Hello? They have more than just huge guns. They have cool stun gloves that are like magic lightning arcing out of your fingertips. It's super galactic. Cal shakes his head. That's not the point. Should we stand up to the soldiers? Or let them have their way? Sharing is caring. Or standing up for something. That's a pretty nice card there. But that one gives us one with a gem. Let's stand up to them. You rip the net out of Calm's hands and start putting it back up. Anamane looks her and here comes Security Chief Rhett. He looks scary, angry, Solana. Don't back down. You stand your ground when the security chief tries to intimidate. With his loud voice and his big chest, today was your day to use the field. Rhett sees the fire in your eyes, and after a moment, he laughs and gives in. You're a tough one, huh, Solana? He says, a twinkle in his eye. Okay, you're right. Today was your day to use the sports ball field, Calm. Calm, we'll have to train with something else today. Huh, that wasn't so hard. Yeah, standing up to soldiers like that never goes badly. Drop that there. Like that. There we go. +3 bravery, +2 toughness, +10 stress. Mid-wet to late wet. Let's try giving her a flower now. Seems you remembered my birthday. How thoughtful of you, Tank says, accepting the flower with a dubious look. I'll set this flower aside to analyze later. I'm interested in the properties of all Vertune flora. We didn't last time. Let's try flirting. She grimaces. Please don't say that. She turns to walk away, then remembers herself. Thank you for the hour. Ah, yes. How old are we? 11? 11-year-olds with game. But hey, we discovered her birthday. It's late wet. Don't know what she dislikes yet. And we have to figure out Anmane's birthday. I think I might know what it is. I think it's like early dust. So we'll try then. Let's try and sneak out again. Need 20 animals to be able to milk the float cow. So, see if we can reach the. Ooh, what's that? Is that the thing we shot on during last dark? That looks like it's pretty important, so it'll probably finish the exploration. So let's go see if we can find some other events. First, you're minding your own business when you stumble into... There's something here, something invisible that makes the hairs on your arms stand on end like an electric aura. As you walk forward, it begins to feel like something nipping at your ankles. When you look down, there's nothing there. You back away, the sensation stops, you move forward. Oh, it's worse. This feeling is like tiny electric bites and is growing more intense. Some kind of microscopic gnats? An electric field of some sort? It hurts, but maybe you can find a way to avoid it and get through the area. Perceive it. Okay. That's a pretty strong starting hand. Next round. I'm gonna go 0, 1, 2, and 3 to get a high straight. There we go. 1, 2, 3. But we lose the straight, so it doesn't really matter. There we go. -1 stress, +1 perception, +1 kudos. By trial and error and a little intuition, you find a route through whatever it is. The shock seems strongest near some low-lying fractal palms. You can hear a humming from the palms and decide it must be some kind of natural electric field, maybe to ward off animals like you. Huh! Plants that can shock you. Well, it's not that weird considering the Fey world. I mean, those plants just kind of get up and walk on their own, so... You spot Surveyor Utopia on the path. It looks like she's setting up some kind of equipment. If she catches you sneaking out, you'll be in trouble for sure. You stumble on a route and Utopia's fled hides up. She scans the trees in your direction. Sneak up and see what she's doing. She's setting up a hive for photographic drones. She unpacks a pyramid-shaped box and stands back. When she activates it, hundreds of tiny flying robots shoot out the top and spread over the canopy, taking photographs and readings from everything in the area. In a few hours, they'll return and automatically combine their data of the area and everything in it. You make a note to stay out of sight while they're active. You don't want to get caught. What's our stress at? 59? We can do a few more things before we go and check out that big evil bug thing. What's over here? The mush trees are at their tallest and wet, and you come across a cluster of them that look ripe for harvesting. Give them a friendly pat. You like the mush trees. You give one a pat and are surprised when it moves from your hand. It's not the tree, though, but a camouflage creature lying against the truck. It's small and looks like a little octopus. We've seen this before. A little octopus guy. We'll finish off that one. Like, the area is muddy from all the recent rain. Like, real muddy. If you walk further, you'll likely get swallowed by a gruesome puddle of purple muck. Let's try and walk through it. What could go wrong? Can't really build anything too good here, but none of these have any extra effects. So let's go for a basic thing. And keep those cards. Oh, that's a decent hand. Let's go 3, 6, 6. 4, and that gets a +1 for each gem on other cards. Oh, up to your armpits in mud. Oh, dry spot. Miraculously, you hop from dry spot to dry spot. Miraculously, you don't fall in. Up to your armpits in mud. Oh, we got a card. Oh, now we're all sad. Well, let's go see what that last thing is. See what we get. Odds are it's probably not going to be good, but we'll see. You hear screams from over the next bus. Human screams. Oh! Oh dear. You crest the bluff to see Tammy's father, Chief Surveyor Tonin. He's being attacked by something you've never seen before. A four-legged creature with a huge mane of flowers, a mean reptilian face, and 2 wicked claws. Is this a manticore? You've heard of fierce creatures like this outside the walls, but you never expected to see one up close. What is it doing so close to the colony? Uncle Tonin is pinned under the creature's pointed legs. He's struggling to get free, but the Manticore keeps dancing around, like it's playing with its food. You can hear it from here, growling and clicking its mandibles. But you snuck out. If you try to help, he's gonna know you snuck out, and your parents are gonna be so mad if they find you here. Panic rises in your chest. How could you even help him? It's a huge, deadly monster. Try to distract it. You hide behind a tree and throw a rock at it. It bounces harmlessly off the Manticore's flank and clatters to the ground. The Manticore is undisturbed, which is more than you can say about yourself. We're running out of time. Attack the monster! Doesn't really change either way. So we get next round. Oh, we got a chain of 6s, which is nice. That actually seems fitting since we got that from Tammy, which was this guy's daughter. So, you know, remembering that enables us to save her dad. That seems nice. You break through the tree line yelling your battle cry. The Manticore looks up from terrorizing Tonin and decides you could use a bit of terrorizing yourself. It roars a deep, angry sound you can feel liquefy your guts. With literally nothing on you except the few rocks you could pick up from the clearing, you manage to piss off the ferocious Manticore enough that it decides to go after you instead. Or maybe it just thinks it'll pick off the smaller, more tender prey before coming back to the main course. Either way, it leaps off Uncle Tonin and starts towards you. As you're about to engage with it, with the most one-sided battle of your young life, you smell the crackle of ozone in the air, and the Manticore howls in pain. Uncle Tonin, you must have distracted the Manticore long enough for him to get his plas rifle. The Manticore turns and flees, and you run over to Uncle Tonin's side. Solana, he gasps, I don't know why you're out here, but I'm glad to see you. Together, you manage to limp him back to the gates. He'll be fine in the afternoon in a med bed, which is a relief, but you're even more relieved when you don't get in trouble for sneaking out. You don't know what you told your mother, but it was a miracle that you weren't grounded for life. Oh, we saved him! That's awesome! I wish we could have saved Tammy, too. Chief Surveyor Tonin has come to your quarters personally to thank you for saving him from the Manticore. I'm stepping down as Chief Surveyor, Uncle Tonin says. I think it's about time I took a job inside the colony walls. I wasn't built for life outside a ship, I think. He smiles, looking a little sad. Someone like Utopia has the youthful reflexes to stay safe out there in the jungle. She'll do great out there as the new Chief Surveyor. Yeah, I saved Tonin! I'm so happy! Oh, hi, Neo Miruru. Yeah, but Tammy's still gone, which is... yeah, that sucks. So, we learned about Utopia, who is this girl here. For what it matters, so would you. He continues, I know you weren't supposed to be out there, but I would have died if you weren't. That has to count for something. When Utopia offers you a spot in the expeditions, you should take her out of it. You'd have done the same. Tonin sighs, looking around like he's not sure what he's going to do now. Not even thinking about the rest of his life. With Tammy gone and his career over, Uncle Tonin smiled. Aw. You don't know what to say. Eventually he slaps his thighs and stands up with an awkward chuckle. Well, that's it. So what month is this? So, during wet season, at age 11, is when he gets attacked by the Manticore. So, one of the Oh! Oh, are you guys the makers of this? That's awesome! Hi! Yeah, I really like this game. It's really fun. I haven't got through one full life cycle yet. But I definitely want to see the future. Oh, thank you! Ah, the author, that's awesome! I think you did a really good job. Like, all the characters do feel like people, which is always a plus in games like this. Because you do read some games where, like, it is very, like, robotic almost. So it's always good when you see, like, actual well-written people. So, like, it's really good. It gets you really invested in the characters. And sad and upset when they die. Which is good? Bad? Not sure there. Thanks for giving you a mushroom bug. You like it? Eh, kinda. Alright, I suppose there isn't much to do during. Be careful, she warns you. Now that we know for a fact it isn't safe out here. During Glow, I don't want you venturing close to the walls. Stay where I can see you, close to the ship. Fair enough. Well, this is gonna be stressful, so let's take a tangent to Mars 2 if she's trying to impress you. You crack open a textbook on your holopalm and read something about Earl of Pearls. Just because you're not in class doesn't mean you can't read ahead a little bit. Definitely don't want to forget that. Stress cry? Let's look at my memories. Nah, I'm gonna keep that for now. It's been a quiet Glow, but the grim, surreal darkness of the season reminds you of last year's violence. As the month wears on, you overhear arguments at dinner, adults worrying that an attack is still coming, and others who think the first one was a fluke. Still coming, and others who think it's the first one was a fluke. Surveyors mention seeing new tracks in the forest, but are shushed so people don't panic. The gates are closed, you drill emergency procedures, filing soundlessly from the room. You drill emergency procedures, filing soundlessly from the room to the creche to hide under tables, waiting for the sirens to call the all clear. You drill and prepare and worry, but nothing happens. Then, just as Glow starts to wane, the toxic purple spill from the wormhole fading as the sun almost rises past the horizon. Again, the sirens start. You're reading the holo novel in bed when you hear them, followed by the stomp of boots down the hallway outside your quarters. An alert flashes on your holopalm. Shelter in the creche, this is not a drill. +10 stress. You get another message from your dad. Me and Mom are going to stay in the greenhouses. We're safe. Just follow Auntie Anne to the creche and wait for us, okay? Don't worry. We're way more prepared than we were last year, love. Love you. Stay safe. You could go into the creche where you belong, or you could follow the security guards and see what's happening at the gates. Hiding in the creche? Bravely help the fight. Well, we were going for a very brave and... we're aiming for empathetic and nice, but there aren't really a lot of options early game for empathy besides Tammy. And yeah, head for the gates. You sneak out of the living quarters and head towards the gate. You're immediately spotted by Security Chief Raph, who stops what he's doing and yell at you and gesture angrily. What the hell are you doing here? This is no play for kids. Get your ass back inside. Try to help. Got a pair of 4s. So don't I drop that? What do we got here? There we go. Victorious. -5 kudos. You stick around, you're not sure if you make a difference, but the good news is, at least you're not. Rhett spots you hiding in the shadow and personally escorts you back to your quarters, where your mom and dad penalize you for disobeying them. Yeah, when things have come down, you hear your parents talking. I'm not going to be the first to congratulate Rhett, but all of his defensive improvements were exactly what we needed, your mom grumbles. Ugh, he's going to be insufferable at the next council meeting. Your dad pats her hand. Credit where credit's due, Flulu Bell. He says and smiles despite himself. Sorry if you've been here for a while and heard me struggling with the names a bit. Could have been worse. Your mom nods and you both sit in silence before your dad speaks again. Poor Hal, he sighs. What a way to go. Professor Hal? Your parents startle. Hey, Pumpkinhead. Your dad says, yeah, they're going to announce it in a few hours, but everyone's had a chance to come down. He didn't make it. What happened? Don't worry about that, your mom replies, shooting your dad a look to keep him from talking. It's adult stuff, okay? You guys won't be able to go into engineering wing for a little bit. Not until it's decontaminated. You curl up quietly to think. Professor Hal can't just die, he can't just be gone, he's your teacher. And the engineering wing is where you take your classes, and you can't imagine something bad happening in such a safe place. You fall asleep thinking for sure there must have been some mistake. Oh, poor guy. So next time we make our way through here, we'll have to remember that at age 11, we'll have to see if we can save him. I don't know if that's possible. Half a heart with everybody else, but a lot with Anmane. Start age 12. Oh, Tangent, what do you have to say? Tangent is storming the quad in front of engineering. Check your note, gesturing and grunt. Ugh, this is the worst. What's the matter? I can't, she says, her voice cracking. She seems to. Professor Hal, she tries again. Hal, he was helping me with this physics chapter. Now she throws her hands in the air, virtual holophone screams, flying everywhere. I can't understand this without him. This is impossible, she chokes out. Why did he have to die? Give her a hug. She stiffens and lets you hold her. You can feel her shaking. You think she might be crying, but when she finally pulls away, her eyes. Thank you, Solana, she says. I know you're having a hard time with this as well. Nothing is easy on Vertuma, when the adults can't protect themselves. It's obvious we're on our own here. Oh, wow. I would need to be powering through to have 30. But I am going for more of a explorer slash animals slash... Yeah. Hi, Tang. Or, you're not Tang. Or Cal. Don't really have much to say to anybody. Let's go give Cal a flower. Maybe this is his birthday. I think mine is next month. Let's try giving him a flower. Okay, here we go. He's always so happy with what you give him. Hey, Des. Need 40 bravery for that. Can we go on expedition? Or does it still sneak out? I'll have to sneak out later. But for this month, why don't we focus on raising? Why don't we do some... Oh, yeah, we should probably go to class while Hal is... Can we register? Yeah. You have registered for engineering. You're now eligible to join Tangent and some of the older students in the engineering class. What does engineering give us besides engineering? Reasoning. What's up our biology 20 first? You're not sure what to expect from life sciences class. This soon after Professor Hal's death, he was the teacher back on the ship. Who could possibly take him? Take your... Eventually, Chief Engineer Instance breezes through the door. She's accompanied by Tang, who takes a seat beside you, barely giving you a second look. Life Sciences, Instance staffs, who can tell me what it is? She points at you. Solana, start us off with the correct answer, please. Biochem, Medicine, Ecology, Geology. Instance doesn't look pleased, but she doesn't look disappointed either. That's about as good as you ever get from her, honestly, so you can count that as a win. Oh, she seems fun. Oh boy. I don't know if I'll be able to win this one. What's that? Oh, that is awesome. Oh, well. Oh, there's a way to win it. There we go. I'm dumb. Win. There, our biology is now 22. You've been having weird dreams as usual. They seem to get worse around glow. You wake from a dream that is tears drying on your face. But you can't remember why, just that you were terrified. Whatever it was, it felt real enough that for a moment you just lie in bed with your eyes closed and try to calm your breathing. You literally open your eyes and... surprise! Oh, it's your birthday! Your dad leaps onto your bed and gives you a big cuddle. Happy birthday, little tomato head. 12 years old now. Wow, can you believe it? No, your mom answers for you, laughing as she hands you your present. It was just yesterday Antecedent was showing me how to change your diaper. Because it's your birthday, your parents have brought in your food from the canteen so you can all eat together on your bed. As you stuff your face with savory tofu chunks, you open your presents. Which one is your favorite? Photophonor. Xenofauna from your dad. I taught the nanoprinter the pattern based off pictures from Expedition, your dad says, watching you play with it. They call it a Spectroraptor. He continues. See, it looks like it's wearing glasses on top of its 5 eyes. They said that's because its lenses are outside of its eyeballs. Isn't that wild? Nothing like that on Earth. As your dad clears away the wrapping paper and dishes from breakfast, your mom folds her hands on the table and gives you a serious look. Uh-oh. So, she says, we've been here 2 whole years now. I know your dad and I have always said to keep you in charge of your schedule, but you've been keeping an eye on you. A loving eye, your dad interjects, stuffing wrapping paper into a psycho pickup bin. A trusting, gentle eye. Antecedent says you've been a great help around the quarter, your mom continued. That's good. She might not have the most glamorous job, but she's one of the most important people in the colony. She pats your head. It's important to respect people who raise you, not just us, you know. Your dad joins you again. So, it's time to start thinking about how you're going to contribute to the colony when you're older. At the look on your face, he laughs, don't worry, we're not going to make you get a job right now. We're just asking what you want to be when you grow up. I'd love to have 10 kids. You can't help but babble. Antecedent has 5 kids, but you think 10 is a better number. You've already chosen names for all of them. The oldest will be Quincense, then Palimpest, Pally for short, then Turquoise, then Salvia, then or Sequester if it's a boy. Your mom's eyebrows shoot up from her hairline. Really? She stammers. You don't want to be a scientist or an explorer or anything? Your dad pats her head. Now, Flulu, she says. That's a very Earth attitude. You're right, Roma replies, then turns back to you. Having children is a very important job for a fledgling colony like ours. People who want to have children should have as many as they want. That's how we'll know we're strong. Well, your mom starts to get up. I'm sure your friends all want to wish you a happy birthday. She stops and snaps her fingers. Oh, you might not have considered a career as a depot clerk, but Al and Bernie mentioned their daughter Mars is working there and she needs some help. Now that people can freely order luxuries, it's pretty busy there. Sure beats shoveling dirt, your dad laughs. If you don't take the job, you tell Mars I'll be right there. Your mom rolls her eyes and smiles. Aw. Next month. This is my birthday. So, do you have anything to say? Why, Solana, Mars says, breezing past you. I'm sorry I can't talk with you. I'm on my way to work in command. She stops and you don't sound amazed enough. You know, the supplies depot, she clarified. It's the most important job in the whole colony. Anything that gets made here goes through me first. Mars' smug smile gets somehow even more stuff. Plus, I get the first pick of all the best stuff. Could I work there with you too? Well, Mars hems and nods. I suppose it is a lot of work to do, and I do like you. We should stick together. Whatever Mars does to pull administrative strings works because an hour later you get a message from them on your holopalm. They're dubious that you'll be able to rise to the responsibilities of the role, but that's nothing new. Seek is dubious about everyone and everything. But they agree Mars would be more efficient if she had someone to keep an eye on her. Are you a robot? Oh hey! What a fun learn Oh god, I could get so many Hop-Eye facts. Way more. You recently overheard children learning how to count by studying Hop-Eyes. Hop-Eyes have 1 foot and 2 tail forks and 3 eyes. And if you see 5 of them together, that's lucky, Cal laughs, finishing the mnemonic for you. Wait, how did they find out that Hop-Eyes have 3 stomachs? I don't want to know. Oh, friends with Cal. Hold this to your head now, my darling, you hear as you enter the garden. It'll help with the swelling. Cal is sitting with his mother, Auntie Tira, who kneels beside him holding an ice pack to his head. Cal's eyes are a little puffy. He rubs them and sniffs as you approach. Hello, Solana, Tira greets with a kind smile. Don't worry. Recalcitrance just took a tumble off something he shouldn't have been climbing. Mom, Cal complains. It wasn't that bad. Aw. You gonna be okay? I'm okay, Cal reassures. I just knocked my head a little. Mom always knows how to make it better, he says with a boyish smile. Even if I'm old enough to take care of myself. My brave boy, Tira says, stroking his hair. Thanks for humoring me. She looks over to you. Don't let him show off for you, Solana. Ground-based feats of bravery only for the rest of the day. Cal whines and wrinkles his nose. Tira laughs and wraps him in a big motherly hug, rocking him back and forth. Despite his protests, Cal's eyes close in happiness. He really loves his mom. Oh, that's never a good sign. It always means somebody's gonna die at some point. Alright. We have a bonus to all physical stuff, so why don't we sneak out? Ooh, Hop-Eye. Hop-Eyes are usually docile little creatures. They don't even come up to knee height. They eat grass and hop away when you come near, but something has riled this group up. You see them fighting each other and getting close, then rolling on their backs and kicking with their big foot, punting each other up to 2 meters away. It's neat behavior, so you sit and watch until suddenly you realize you're surrounded. They stop fighting with each other and all staring at you. They pounce. Oh no. Okay, what we got? Let's do 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2. The cute little critters kick you, but you kick back. You send them scurrying back off to pick off smaller creatures than you. Yeah, that's right, you cute little things. Oh, hey, a medicinal room. Let's go see what's over here. You come across a cluster of mush trees. They're not fully... Give them a friendly pat. Yeah, another one of those little plant things. Oh! Oh, all the collectibles are highlighted now! Yay! Suppose we should go see if there's anything special at the expedition end. Before we go off doing whatever. Oh, it's you again. Be as quiet as possible. 1, 2, 3. 3, 4, 5, 6. Three, 6, 6. -1 stress, +2 perception. As you settle in to watch from behind a strand of mush trees, the Unisaur looks up towards you, startled by your movement. Yeah, we get to watch it for a bit again. Yay! Where are my animals at? 19. Oh, hey, Dis. Yeah, we'll save you for the end. Find out what's wrong with her. We can't fix her yet. We need one more animal. That's a good point. Ah, the blop grass again. 0, 1, 2. 3 of a kind. Oh, 4. Oh. +2 perception. Yay! But more stress, as always. Got a chain of 5s there. Alright, let's go check out this. So we're pretty close to the cap. Eating sandwiches and look totally at home far from the colony walls. Join him quietly. You sit down next to this and get your the jungle sounds. Then, quite out of the blue, the rock you're sitting. Yeah, that's a feeling that's normal in the Feylands. You're a couple meters off the ground, balancing. You realize the rock also has angular points, which you'd mistaken for shiny black pebbles embedded in the stone. One of them swells up to stare at you. Dis gets shakily to his feet, trying to keep his balance as the creature under you slowly clambers forward. He grabs your hand to help you up. Oh, stressful event. Really? Oh boy. Try to be brave. Alright. Oh, we got a real 2 going. But that's going to become 4. Oh well. Oh. Nope. 4. And then a string. 5s. And let's not play the stressful event card, because that seems uncomfortable. You swallow hard and control your fear. Barely, actually. This is biologically fascinating. You're too busy taking mental notes about this creature's anatomy and behavior to worry about your own safety. It totters along, using its long legs to pick its way through the bushes in uneven terrain. It must have had its legs curled up under its body earlier to perfectly camouflage itself. After a minute, the creature crouches down to look at something and you two jump off. You're impressed that Dis kept his cool and you tell him so. Actually, he says, I was kind of freaking out inside. You laugh and say you were too. It's funny. Dis might suck with people, but he is kind of badass when it comes to non-people things. I think we actually have enough to go help the cow now. So why don't we do that before we leave? Oh! Bravery lip. Oh, we get an extra car at the start of stuff now. So, we know what's wrong with her. Milk her. We gain more animals. It's hard to milk a float cow that's upside down. She struggles and kicks your legs as you try to flip her over long enough to hold her. But thanks to a combination of might and empathy, you manage to calm her down. She's still sick. Milk's supposed to collect in her lower udder, not her gas bladder. But at least she's balanced now, and she has a chance to get well on her own. Aw, poor float cow. +2 bravery, +2 to perception. I think we have high enough to go chat with some people. Your dad is reading a book, an actual book, dog-eared pages and everything. In the shade of the evergreens, he blinks up at you when your shadow falls over the pages. Oh, hey, little gooseberry, do you need something? Let's help him with the animals. Lassoing a float cow. If you're... Oh, yeah. Sure, some methods. Oh! Hi! Your dad is working... Hi, Neomaru! Your dad is working with the float cows. One of them is sick and isn't producing enough urine as ballast and keeps wanting to float away. Your dad is building a spike so that he can tie her down until she feels better. You hold on to the leash, feels like a little kid with a balloon. A big, woolly, gassy balloon. It looks down at you with placid, unblinking eyes. You can see yourself reflected. Weird. And neat. And more animals! Don't really have anything for you. Need more bravery for that. 80 toughness. I know when your birthday is, so I'll say give you a gift on your birthday. Should check to see if this is his birthday. Here's a mushwood log. And go rest on the walls, or let's go rest with the kids. Relax in the lounge. How was that lucky? Hang out with me, and bonus, I might let you read my holo mags. You know, I wouldn't trust anyone near. Fine. Really, she laughed? That was easy. Follow me, my dad's... spends all making more. She plops down in her bed. I'll be this. You what? Mars just sits and reads. How's the cleanup going? Oh, I see. You recruited your friend to... It was all me. Me. She offered you kudos for your hard work, Alice? You shake your head. Should she have? Al gives Mars a That's odd, because she knows she gets an allowance for doing her chores, not just for being our perfect little girl. After they leave, Mars looks a little put out by the exchange, but they always try to teach me these lessons. Don't they know that being this fabulous is hard work too, she pouts. She wipes her hollow bum down and receives to give you a couple kudos and your share of her allowance. Stick with me and I'll teach you to be fabulous too one day. Neither of those are ones I want to forget. Early pollen. Does anybody have a birthday in early pollen? I don't think they do. I know Tangent is in... Yeah, late wet. Mars is early wet. And I just gave one, so I can't give one to... So let's go try... Oh hey, Red Xeno Egg. Can I give a gift to Cal yet, or is it still too soon? Yeah, let's see if he likes a Red Xeno Egg. Is that an alien egg, Cal exclaims? Wow, I wonder what's inside it. It's still warm, maybe we can always hatch it. He lifts, scrutinizes it. Anime always talking about wanting to eat a big old alien egg, he says. If this one's not fertilized, I'll give it to her. Oh, he liked it. So, yeah. So he likes Red Xeno eggs. Okay. Well, I kind of figured he's very, very much the nature boy. Okay, I know when your birthday is. I'm pretty sure. So, for this week, let's finish exploring. For this week, and then we'll do other stuff for the rest of the year. Ooh, meddlesome plant. Some farmlands. Let's try and plant something. Nope, but we get one biology from it, so that's fine. What's this do? Peek inside that hole. Look closer. It's occupied. So let's not bother with the occupied hole. That seems like a bad idea. Never put your finger or anything else inside someone's hole without permission. That sounds good. Yes. Stop for lunch, eating an earth treat. My combat's are just relax. Minus 30 stress. Beautiful surroundings. Plants grow faster in pollen. They'll choke the path here and push your way through. Ooh, we got a string of 6s. And a string of 2s. Whack, whack, whack. Take that, nature, getting lost in the fog. The planet is full of all sorts of bugs, little wrigglers, hopping beetles, shining creepers, and snaily things. Oh my! You crouch in the long grasses and explore the square meters in great detail. There's so much to see. You don't These are. They might not have names yet. Let's just watch it. Start. Natural world. More medicinal roots. You're strolling along the path when suddenly everything goes quiet. The wilderness is never quiet. There's always insect noises, the chirping of reptiles, even the wind in the trees is gonna bravely continue on. I think we can do a 3, 4, 5. There. Oh. But that sets everything neighboring it to its value. Bravery! Yay! Another river, I think. Yeah. Regular amount of dirt. That one before? Or log. Yeah, it's probably about time we headed home. Oh, another log! Looks absurd. It's fine, it's just all the pollen in the air. We did. She agrees, so why isn't it bothering me? You're a lot tougher than me, sweet pea, your dad says. And your mom rolls her eyes. I'm sure I just have to get used to it, like you did, he continues. Maybe I'll go for a stroll outside the gates later. Really get a good lungful of stuff. I'll feel bad for a few weeks, but after that I'll be fine. Your mom raises both eyebrows. Outside the gates. You. Your dad shrugs, then falls into a fit of sneezing and can't answer. Your mom directs him to go lie down on the bed. You need rest, not machismo, she scolds him. I don't have a achoo. Your dad sneezes. A macho bone in my body, foo-foo. And I have to sterilize the corn and the pixie beans this week. Uh-huh, your mom grunts. Your dad pulls a handkerchief from his pocket and sneezes into it a few times. Big yelling honk sneezes that echo through the whole quarters. He pulls it away from his face and you can tell that something's wrong. Huh, your dad says weakly, holding the handkerchief away from his face. It's bright fuchsia pink and glittering in the light. That's weird. Then his eyes roll back in his head and his knees buckle, and your mom yells for you to call Instance. Chief Engineer Instance takes your dad's vitals and gives him a cursory look over, but she seems satisfied with what she sees without having to do a thorough examination. The explorers have started calling this the Shimmer, she says, looking at it, shedding a light down your dad's throat. He's looking a little better, but not much. It's airborne, environmental toxin like the pollen fog. Will he be okay? It doesn't seem to cause long-term damage to the body, Instance explains. She gestures in the air, making notes on her hollow eye that only she can see. I've been tracking its effects for 3 seasons now. The toxin is flushed out of the body after 3 or 5 days, and it's not contagious. She looks down at your father. What that means for you, Geranimum, since you're particularly susceptible to the toxin, you should be taking better care to avoid exposure. If you must go during pollen, use a respirator. Your dad smiles sleepy. You got it, boss, he says. Your mom smiles and puts her hand over his. As your literal boss, I'm ordering you to not come into work for the rest of the week, she says. You're on strict bed rest. She leans in to touch her forehead to his. They stay like that, smiling with relief. Even after one day of bed rest, your dad is looking a lot better. He's clearly anxious to get back out into the fields. You're gonna love this new crop, Solana. It's called a pixie bean. They glue in the dark. He's already pulling on his boots. They look so beautiful at night. I'm happy we finally found something that would actually grow here that isn't soy and more soy. I'm happy too. Aw. Again, that's not great, because that means something's gonna happen. Well, we are 4 hours into the stream. This is about when I usually call it. So, I think this is where we're going to leave it for this week. And we will pick up on this next week. Or maybe not even next week. You know, this is a pretty fun game. I think I might stream this for either Saturday or Sunday. Though I'm thinking of streaming Prey for Saturday. So I think this might take the place of Stellaris on Spacey Sunday for a bit. Because I really like this. So I think I'll play this for a bit. And I'll probably pick it up during the week as well when I got time. Other than that, I hope you all have a great time, great week, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. And I will see you all next time. Bye, everyone!